All right, everybody. Welcome back. Happy Saturday evening. We have returned live. I apologize. Late, super late. Had YouTube in the queue waiting for hours. Welcome back. We're back live. Tune into the war in Ukraine. Like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you're following the page. You're subscribed to the channel. You're all locked in. You have your notifications turned on. And also that you're following on Twitter. So that way you guys can get notifications for when, if I'll be late or anything like that. Like I've been telling y'all since the beginning, it's just me. I'm in between moving into a new spot and getting out and getting my own, getting out and getting on my own. I've had roommates since I got out of the army, and it's time to be on my own now, completely. No distractions. How you doing? Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. So I'm gonna be moving, getting my own spot, looking for that, getting that taken care of. Schedule might be adjusting a little bit, just so I can get that done and get that taken care of. So, and I stayed up live late yesterday. We went like 2 hours extra to like 4 in the morning. How's everybody doing? Comment where you're tuning in from. Good evening. Hello from Kansas is in the house. We got Asia Ocala, Florida is in the house. How you doing? What's up? How you doing, Kyle? Welcome. Check in. Lexi, how you doing, Kyle? Welcome, welcome. And hello from Minneapolis, Minnesota. How you doing, Crystal? Thanks for tuning in. Tampa, Florida. Dawsonville, Georgia. Thank you, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm never going back. Spokane, Washington. That's what I'm talking about. St. Louis is tuned in. Hello, Buffalo, New York. Hello, hello. We got Helena, Montana tuned in. Niles, Michigan, welcome. Glad to have you here. This is Mercado Media Productions, and we're live. We've been covering the war in Ukraine since the war broke out. We've been covering it since it broke out. Let me make this a little smaller. There we go. That's not as ridiculous now. We've been covering since this war broke out, and we've been providing daily updates since. So I'll just kind of read off the headlines that we have for you guys today as we're looking at our war map here and the latest movements of the Russian military. And as the red is Russian advancements. This is the country of Ukraine behind me. Oops, it's a little bit too far out. You got Kyiv right here. Kyiv is right here where all these blips are. We'll go through these, but the Russian occupied territory is to the outside. To the outside. So they have the east right now. There's been increasing activity to the west as the days have gone on. We're monitoring that. So you got a truck stop in Stafford, Missouri. Thank you so much. Welcome. Share the stream too, Facebook. Hit that share button. Kansas here. Facebook, for some reason, when you do consistent live streams, your algorithm gets killed for whatever reason. Yeah, consistency sucks on Facebook. You got to be random. What do we got here? Round of Zimas for the boys. Thank you, Dana. YouTube, it doesn't matter. YouTube is, you can go live at 2 in the morning. And your subscribers will get notified. Brooklyn Center, Kelly, thank you so much. Hello, Laney from Iowa. All right, let's read some of these. Andriy Klymenko, the chief editor of news site BlackSeaNews, said on March 19th, citing his sources, that Russia had deployed the naval mines in the northwestern part of the Black Sea. So let's look that up. So naval mines in the Black Sea. Let's see what that story is about. You can check out our description in the overview tab or on YouTube. It's in the video description. What do we got here? Christy, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. So let's look that up really quick. Mines in Black Sea. Russia warns of Ukrainian mines in Black Sea. So they're false flagging mines. So Russia warns of Ukrainian mines. So that means, this is out from the Moscow Times. So basically, when you read Russian news or when you're looking at the Russian narrative, it's what they're saying that the Ukraine is doing or anyone else is doing is actually what they're doing. So this is from the Moscow Times. They put out Russia warns of Ukrainian mines in Black Sea. The truth of it is Russia's putting mines in the Black Sea. Russia will never admit to what they're doing. They project what they're doing as if, or the enemy, or United States, the West, Ukraine. They'll say that they're doing it, but Russia's really the one doing it. It's like they give away their moves by saying, I don't know why people continuously fall for Russia's narrative on a continuous basis. Russia warns of Ukrainian mines in Black Sea. So we got to pay attention to that. Discord, where you at? Shout out to our Discord server. Shout out to the Snack Squad Discord. You guys should definitely join that. Link is in the description, or you guys can just search. You guys can just search for Snack Squad on Discord. All right. Russian forces have taken 4,000 to 4,500 Mariupol residents forcefully across the border to Taganrog. An assistant to Mariupol's mayor said, referring to a city in southwestern Russia. So let's just Google Mariupol. Mariupol on the map. This is the city that continues to get bombarded, and then the citizens are getting evacuated, but they're getting evacuated being led straight into Russia. They're being led straight into Russia. Here's Mariupol down here on the map. They have not taken Mariupol. Here's the one last remaining non-red space down here in the southeast. They damn near completed this whole land bridge. They just need Mariupol to finish it. They haven't taken it. Thousands of Mariupol residents forcibly taken to Russian camps. It's New York Post. Thousands of Mariupol residents forcibly taken to Russia. That's from The Hill. Trying to find there's Wall Street Journal. There's a whole bunch. You can choose here. Russia says, Mariupol says that. Let's use Reuters. Reuters has been our solid source. Hasn't been slanted, at least in this war coverage. They haven't been slanted. Zelensky says Russia wages terror. Mariupol says thousands deported. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia's siege on the port city of Mariupol was a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come, while local authorities said thousands of residents there had been taken by force across the border. Over the past week, several thousand Mariupol residents were deported onto Russian territory, the city council said in a statement on its Telegram channel late Saturday. Reuters could not independently verify the claim. This is what I do like about Reuters, is that when they'll put the claim, but then when they can't verify it, they'll say that they can't. So, over the past week, several thousand Mariupol residents were deported to Russian territory, the city council said in its statement. So, city council's putting statements out. Reuters couldn't independently verify. So let's keep that in mind. Keep that locked in your mind. Russian news agencies have said buses have carried several hundred people Moscow calls refugees from the strategic port of the Sea of Azov to Russia in recent days. Air raid sirens sounded across major Ukrainian cities early on Sunday, but there were no immediate reports of fresh attacks. Some 400,000 people have been trapped in Mariupol for more than 2 weeks, sheltering from heavy bombardment that has several central supplies of electricity, heating, and water, according to local authorities. Rescue workers are still searching for survivors in a Mariupol theater that local authorities say was flattened by Russian airstrikes on Wednesday. Russia denies hitting the theater or targeting any civilians. Russia's denied even being at war. For Russia, they're not even at war. So, Russia's defense ministry said on Friday that its forces were tightening the noose around Mariupol and that fighting had reached the city center. In late-night broadcast, Zelensky said the siege of Mariupol would go down in history of responsibility for war crimes. To do this to a peaceful city is a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come. Still, he said, peace talks with Russia were needed, although they were not easy and pleasant. Russian forces have taken heavy losses since February 24th when President Vladimir Putin launched what he calls a special operation. British intelligence believes Russia has been taken aback by Ukraine's resistance to its invasion and is now pursuing a strategy of attrition. And then we got the long columns of troops have bore down. They're halted. They haven't been pushed back, but they haven't advanced. Russian forces are right outside of Kyiv. Sit down. Right outside of Kyiv. Here's Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. Okay. Nope. Okay, fine. Hold on. You're messing up the whole thing, Fez. Messing up the whole thing here. Alright. So this is Kyiv. Fez came to hang out. And then they're right outside the city. They're not that far out. The red is Russian occupied territory. Russian occupied territory outside of Kyiv. Hello, mister. What are you going to do? Are you going to lay down? He's going to take about a minute to get settled. All right, we'll pull up the latest here. This is Fez. Yeah, say hi to everyone. No, everyone's watching you. Yep. You got the attention of everybody now. You got what you wanted. Now let's pull this up. So that's Mariupol. Thousands are trying to escape, and they're being led right into Russia. Let's read the next. Pope Francis visited Ukrainian children in the Vatican hospital. 19 children who arrived from Ukraine after the start of the war were hospitalized there. So Pope Francis visiting Ukrainian children in a Vatican hospital. Let's look that up. Pope Francis, Ukraine hospital. Reuters again. Pope visits Ukrainian hospital, war refugees in Rome hospital. There's video. Of course, there's an ad. Yes, he's a black cat. He's more of a dog than he is a cat. All right, ad complete. No free promo. This is the recap portion of the stream. What we missed through the day. So, one more time, play videos twice. It's Pope visiting Ukrainian children, war refugees in a Rome hospital. Here's some pictures. And this is, images of the Pope visiting. At least 50 bodies were recovered from the rubble of a military base in Mykolaiv. On Friday, the base came under rocket fire. According to the emergency service staff, at least 200 soldiers were in the building at the time when the rockets hit the military base. So, military base update in Mykolaiv. One more time with the Pope, and then we'll go to the next story. This is the Pope visiting Ukrainian children. No, never mind. This is an ad. Lost your opportunity. We already saw that. DVR's on in the stream. We got Mariupol. Mykolaiv. The Times of Israel, New York Times. No, that's just talking about the air raids. BBC, Ukraine conflict scores feared dead after Russian attack on Mykolaiv barracks. Scores of Ukrainian soldiers are feared to have been killed after an attack on a military barracks on Friday. Let's listen. Here's Mykolaiv on the map. Right here. Remember, Russia has the city of Kherson already. They have this region, this whole region down here. All of it. Mykolaiv is next, and then if they get Mykolaiv, they can go and continue to Odessa. Lots of activity around this area. 16 hours ago, General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Russian army is operating in these areas, so they're definitely trying to make moves on Mykolaiv. Definitely trying to make moves on Mykolaiv. Let's listen to this. You guys totally can't hear the... Can you guys hear that at all? No. Did you guys have audio to that at all?
The man was carried down the steep mountain of rubble in a stretcher and taken away by ambulance towards the city center. However, the temperature in Mykolaiv last night was -6°C, and it's feared there may not be many more survivors. Vitaly Kim, head of the regional administration, blamed Russians for hitting sleeping soldiers with a rocket in a cowardly manner. At least 50 bodies have been...
Let's start over.
About 200 soldiers were sleeping in the barracks when 3 Russian missiles hit the base on the northern edge of Mykolaiv, a source told the BBC. Some were being treated in hospitals, another source said. There are no official casualty figures. Rescue workers crawling over giant piles of rubble found a survivor on Saturday 30 hours after the attack. The man was carried down the steep mountain of rubble in a stretcher and taken away by ambulance towards the city center. However, the temperature in Mykolaiv last night was -6°C, and it's feared there may not be many more survivors. Vitaly Kim, head of the regional administration, blamed Russians for hitting sleeping soldiers with a rocket in a cowardly manner. At least 50 bodies have been recovered, but we do not know how many others are in the rubble, a soldier named Maxim was quoted as saying by AFP news agency. And the rescue work at the site is being
How do you say that? I've been saying it wrong.
Carried out amid fears of new Russian attacks. With a crane pulling away chunks of concrete and twisting. Mykolaiv last night was -6°C, and it's feared there may not be many more. With a crane pulling away chunks of concrete and twisted metal, suddenly soldiers guarding the base shouted at journalists to run for cover, as the sound of a plane, or possibly a missile, could be heard overhead. Seconds later, a dull explosion could be heard somewhere to the northeast. Near the army base is the site of an attack which killed 9 civilians queuing outside a shop. There we meet Yulia, who is in tears as she tells the BBC what happened. "I can't tell you how scared we are," she says. "We all live in the cellar now. When the bombs hit the army base, everything shook." 2 blocks away, Andriy Klymenko is trying to clear up from another Russian strike. The crater is so big, a car and a house fell into it.
Wow. Crater so big, a car and a house fell into it. So continuing update. Ukraine confirmed Mariupol has been cut off from the sea. The city administration in the east of the city has confirmed to be taken. They're starting to raise separatist flags in western suburbs, so likely Mariupol is going to be red here. Mariupol is going to be red in the coming days, or in the day or two. A Turkish citizen who's been living in Mariupol, Ukraine, captured a video showing the moments of bombardments that hit factories. So the city of Mariupol is going to be under Russian control soon. This was yesterday. Nope, this was yesterday. Mariupol.
Çok büyük bir bomba atıldı şu an. Çok büyük bir bomba atıldı şu an. Hemen yanımıza düştü. 100 metre. Suda. Kaldık bombaların arasında. Ne yapacağız bilmiyorum. Uçaklar devamlı dolaşıyor. Uçakların gittiği yerler. Uf. Etraf barut kokuyor ya. Nefes alamıyorum ya. Uf. Tekrar fabrikaya, zavota at, zavot.
There's the factory. The dog's upstairs sleeping.
Komple uçuyor. Yine uçaklar. Yine uçaklar geliyor. La ilahe illallah. Şimdi atıldı yine bomba.
So it's like a 2.5 minute video of just him showing this factory getting bombarded for 2.5 minutes.
Devamlı uçakları bombalıyor. Tekrar bombaladılar. Kurşun delikleri.
Bullet holes.
5 dakika önce bir bomba. Yanmaya başladı. Gecekondu mahallesi burası. Ama bombalar yer. Allah bilir kaç kişi öldü orada. Bilemiyorsun, gidemiyorsun, yardım edemiyorsun ki.
All right, one more time. This is Mariupol.
Çok büyük bir bomba atıldı şu an. Çok büyük bir bomba atıldı şu an. Hemen yanımıza düştü. 100 metre. Suda. Kaldık bombaların arasında. Ne yapacağız bilmiyorum. Uçaklar devamlı dolaşıyor. Uçakların gittiği yerler. Uf. Etraf barut kokuyor ya. Nefes alamıyorum ya. Uf.
Actually, I need to update. So I said it would probably be taken in a day or two. Mariupol's been taken now. Our map hasn't updated. The map hasn't reflected this yet. We likely need to create our own map. But Mariupol was taken yesterday, completely. Let's get that story on the screen. You can just type in Mariupol and it tells you, oh, what's going on. Hold on. I typed in a keyword. Has Mariupol fallen to Russia? The fall of Mariupol. Oh yeah, this is 2 hours ago. It's already red. Not on my map. It's not. Let's update. Not yet. The bombardment icon updated, but this will be red. Score, no, where's the... Russians push deeper into Mariupol as locals plead for help. This is posted at 10:25 p.m. Lviv, Ukraine. Russian forces pushed deeper into Ukraine's besieged and battered port city of Mariupol on Saturday, where heavy fighting shut down a major steel plant and local authorities pleaded for more Western help. The fall of Mariupol, the scene of some of the war's worst suffering, would mark a major battlefield advancement for the Russians, who are largely bogged down outside major cities more than 3 weeks into the biggest land invasion in Europe since World War II. Wow. Children, elderly people are dying. The city is destroyed and it is wiped off the face of the earth. Mariupol police officer Mikhail Vershinin said from a rubble-strewn street in a video addressed to Western leaders that was authenticated by the Associated Press. Details also began to emerge Saturday about a rocket attack that killed as many as 40 Marines in the southern city of Mykolaiv the previous day, according to Ukrainian military Times. Stron. The Mariupol City Council claims hours later that Russian soldiers had forcibly relocated several thousand city residents, mostly women and children, to Russia. It didn't say where. AP could not immediately confirm the claim. So even Associated Press couldn't confirm this. Reuters couldn't confirm this, and neither has Associated Press. Again, this is ABC News, an ABC News webpage, but they're hosting an AP News, an Associated Press article. So, an advisor to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky said the nearest forces that could assist Mariupol were already struggling against the overwhelming force of the enemy. So there's like two, like I'm telling you, there's like two energies coming out of this war right now. One that Russia that Russia's losing, which in general they are. Like the overall taking of the country, they're not doing well. But where they are doing well, and where people are, I guess, are like not paying attention, is down here, southeast. Like they are getting the southeast completely. Like they have taken this entire southeast region now. They have taken Crimea. Well, Crimea has been had since 2014. Donbas, they declared the independence of Luhansk and Donetsk. Putin did before the invasion. And then now, with the fall of Mariupol, that was at 10:25, so that was overnight. Or maybe even yesterday. That's the wrong one. So they've taken this entire southeastern part. Now they'll just bolster all their troops here and make their advance from down here now. This is gonna be a long one. And then they have to work their way up to Kyiv. Yeah, that's all. They're taking all the ports. The only ones left now are Mykolaiv, but 16 hours ago, they had reports of Russian enemy operating in the areas of Providine. Does not conduct active offensive operation. Regroups, deploys, and replenishes ammunition. Dude, I'm about sick of these ads on my screen when I have all the security. What's the source on this one? Is Odessa next? That's what they're gonna do. They need to take all the cities. They need to take all the port cities, and then what they're doing over by Kyiv doesn't matter, right? I mean, it does, but it doesn't matter right now. Like they can wait now. Now, if they take this and the rest of it, which they're trying to do, like it hasn't been a secret. It hasn't been a secret from the very first second or day of the war. Those of us that were tuned in, we were watching how the Russians were moving, and we're like, okay, they want to take all of the coast. They need to take these port cities. They take these port cities, and they can move troops in. They already control the sea. They control the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. On drifting mines in the Black Sea, Turkish, they have drifting mines in there. Here, this is what they have in the sea right now. Sea mines look like this. Got the big circle thing with the spikes sticking out of it. I'm sure you've seen it in movies or maybe video games. But this is those things. Sea mines. So there's a lot of these planted right now. Dude, imagine like an explosion under the water. Sea mines and amphibious operations. These are all over the Black Sea right now. Russia said Ukraine put them there. We know that's not true. Listen, they haven't got their blitzkrieg failed 100%. The blitzkrieg attempt failed miserably. But now, I mean, just since the war began, in the combination of their propaganda, which is unfortunately working, all they need is the West to argue. All they need is non-unity in the West, or a dissent or a voice speaking on behalf of Russia. That's what they need. They just need, and it's starting. It's been brewing for like a week or two now. The fringe group just can't. They need to be against the grain for any reason. They need to be against the grain. So that right now is taking the side of Russia, and Russia's banking on that. So they're banking on the propaganda war. This is a big, drawn-out war of attrition, for sure. They're going to work on taking these port cities. So Mykolaiv, what do they got here? What's the latest? Dozens killed in the bombing of a barracks in Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. That's what we were reading before we went over the taking of Mariupol. Where'd my story go now? What happened here? Here it is. Is there any video? Dozens dead of the bombing of barracks in Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv, witnesses inform. That was at 17 in the morning. What time of the day was this? 16 hours ago? They're for sure moving on Mykolaiv. If they take Mykolaiv, then Odessa would be next. Again, attempt of Odessa. The attempt of taking Odessa. No idea how strong the defense is over here. Over here you have Moldova. I don't know if they have any. I don't know what's going on in Moldova. But if they did a sea landing on Mariupol, I haven't seen any new intelligence reports of the sea landing in Odessa, but at least 2 weeks ago there were rumblings of it. U.S. intelligence report came out and said there was no direct threat of a sea landing in Odessa, but now that we've already seen them do it in Mariupol, they've taken Mariupol. "10 hours ago, a Russian army forcibly moved thousands of Mariupol residents to Russia. The civilians were allegedly taken to camps where Russians checked their phones and documents and forcibly moved some of them to remote cities in Russia." So if you're just tuning in, the latest breaking, not really, I mean, it's not breaking, but the biggest news is the city of Mariupol has fallen. Russian forces have taken the city of Mariupol, so this will be red soon. This whole bottom half, this whole bottom region. So I know a lot of people are locked on to the motivation of Ukraine, which is something to keep in mind. I mean, we're tuned into. It's very hard to get Russian sources, and we're kind of avoiding them as best we can because it's all propaganda. The military combat footage isn't. It is, but at least we're seeing something from Russia. Fully knowing that the video appears to be a training video. That's what it looks like, and they're hitting remote locations. The Russian combat footage, but the narrative and the feeling from Ukraine and a lot of people in the West are like, dang, like Russia sucks. They're not winning. But just look at this now. They have the bottom. They have the southeast, the whole southeast. This whole thing. We're all the way up to the northeast, damn near. They're working on it. Look at all these movements. What is this from? 17 hours ago. So they had one big offensive yesterday. But this is what they're going to do, one little bit at a time. It's been a month. It's taken them a month to get the whole southeastern region, but they did it. It's taken them a month, and how many losses? I don't think we should be all like, dude, Russia's losing, Russia's losing. They are, but like, are they? They've lost 14,400 troops. It's taken them a month, but yet they're continuing despite their losses. There's two facts happening. One, they're taking heavy losses. Two things can be true at once. They're taking heavy losses. They're losing all types of equipment and shit like daily. They've also taken the entire southeastern region of Ukraine. Like this, like they're slowly taking cities. Like that hasn't changed. I don't know if people are really paying attention down here, because I guess the energy and all the focus is up here in Kyiv, and they've been kind of holding them off up here. All their air defense and all their top defensive capabilities are up here. This is where they have all of them. All of the territorial defense, the air defense, all the best of the best is up here. John Sweeney, all of the updates we get every day is all coming from up here. It's taken them a month, and they've taken the entire southeastern region. I know they're fighting dirty. I know it's not. I'm not saying that this isn't a good thing. They lost ground everywhere else. I'm just saying we need to pay attention more on the southeastern region. Sure, they're taking losses everywhere else, likely to distract so they can continue bolstering the southeastern region. They're clearly just wasting. They don't care. Russia does not care about how many losses they take up here. They're continuing. They're not stopping. They haven't pulled back. Ukraine's had some gains here and there in territories, but just this whole southeastern region's taken. They have the sea. They have the water. They're gonna regroup. They're getting soldiers from Syria. If they take Mykolaiv, then it's Odessa. The attempt at Odessa will be next. And if they have this whole south region, like the whole, Russia's losing, their military's terrible, that can be true. But yet they're still taking territory down here. They just lost thousands of residents in Mariupol to Russia, getting sent to camps. They've had that region for 3 weeks. They've been working on it they've been chipping at it for 3 weeks. They've been taking heavy losses up here. Heavy losses. The columns that we've seen that have gone viral, that everyone's seen, the columns getting ambushed, that's up here. All the compilation videos are like up here in the Brovary, because they have heavy defense capabilities up there. They're taking this entire south. They're taking it, like slowly taking it. Slowly. It's been what? It's in 4 days. It will have been a month since this invasion began. Heavy losses, but at the same time, they're still gaining ground, or they're gaining territory. They might not be gaining a foothold in the capital city right now, or in the regions up near it. They haven't taken Sumy or Kharkiv, which Kharkiv is not much left of that city. They just need to continue bombarding it, and then there will be nothing left for Ukraine to hold on to. Question: didn't Turkey close the access to the Black Sea? If they did, where's the Russian ships that are coming past Japan now? Let's look that up quick. Let's just get a whole article update. So, thank you for that question. So, Turkey closing access to Black Sea. Respect of closure? Does that mean that they're making them? There's like nothing new on articles in weeks about it. Turkey urges respect. What does that mean? So did they like actually hold on? This is 2 weeks ago. So this article is not new. There's nothing new about the sea in terms of the blocking of access in. So they didn't actually like prevent it. They just called upon. Let me see this. Eroding. So Turkey is calling on all sides in the Ukraine crisis to respect an international pact on passage through the Turkish Straits to the Black Sea. Defense Minister Hulusi Akar was cited saying on Tuesday. This was on Tuesday, March 1st, like 19 days ago. This is the last. Yeah, because the last I knew was that the sea was closed. Turkey closed it, but NATO ally Turkey borders Ukraine and Russia in the Black Sea and has good ties with both. Under the 1936 Montreal Convention, Anarcha has the right to limit transit through its Bosphorus and Dardanelles Straits during wartime. This allows it to curb Russian warships going into the Black Sea. The pact grants exemption to ships returning to their home bases. The Japan Times. This is on March 17th. The Defense Ministry said Thursday that it had spotted 4 Russian amphibious warships sailing through the strait in northeastern Japan as they traveled west, possibly towards Europe. Okay, so this is just... It is unusual for Russian ships, so... Maybe carrying. So they seen a Russian ship in the Japan Strait. They aren't sure what's on there. It might be carrying. It might be heading to Ukraine. There isn't any real factual evidence that the ship's even going there. Independent voice in Asia. NATO allies, which have already supplied 20,000 anti-tank weapons. So this is like a guess. This is a guess article. The ship might have been seen, but they have no idea if it's actually going to where they think it is. It's a lot of projection and guessing here. A lot of projection and guessing in that article about what that is. Shout out Killer Stroke in the Discord server. I'm not seeing any updates on how they're getting into the sea like this. Likely just right through the strait. So the biggest news is Mariupol has fallen. The fall of Mariupol, the scene of some of the war's worst suffering, would mark a major battlefield advance for the Russians, who are largely bogged down outside major cities for more than 3 weeks. Keep in mind, even off of John's updates, John Sweeney, who's in Kyiv, every morning we wait for his daily updates. He's even reiterating like the Russian army isn't motivated. They're not being fed well. They're not moving. They're not advancing up here, but they're sitting still. They haven't been pushed back. So even though they're not taking any territory up here or not making real advancements, I'm not sure how these did. 17 hours ago, trying to hold positions in the settlements of Svatov, Izium, Pratovsk, Husavir. Man, the cities are tough to say. The deck is full of troop trucks, correct? You're talking about that ship. They didn't know where it was going or what it was for, though. They were guessing in the article. So we have to just update on this. 17 hours. They're making serious moves down here. Just like the fact that they've taken this entire southeastern region of Ukraine. Can that not be more of a concern? It's about 7:30 a.m. there now. Yes, I do have I made it a little smaller so you guys can see, but when I put full screen, just look in the top right. I have the timestamp for Kyiv on there. It's nearly 7:30 in the morning. We'll get live feeds about 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. Just ignore trolls. Speak the Truth had a good update. All right, we can check it out. Like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're following the Facebook page. Kyiv is very smoky this morning. Y'all, I'm concerned. What do you guys think? Start posting comments. You're looking at the same map we've been looking at for weeks. More and more territory continues to be taken to the southeast. Optimism from the north near Kyiv, but that would be expected because Kyiv has been holding the enemy back. They've had lots of wins up here and around Kyiv. Scary for sure. Thank you, Andrew. Coverage again. Always appreciate it. Thank you, Tammy. What do you guys think of this? You seeing what I'm seeing or no? You guys think that Russia's just lost and we're waiting for them to go back home or what? Concerned with the hypersonic missile, right? That's what I'm concerned. A couple of those hypersonic missiles made it into Kyiv. That's how they made it past their air defense last week during the weekdays. A couple of strikes in Kyiv were hit in the Podol district and the Borodyanska district. Or excuse me, the Avalon district. The Avalon district was hit and so was the Podol district. And those hypersonic missiles make it through air defense. Has he updated since Mariupol has been taken, though? All right, let's check out. You can check out Speak the Truth's video. Just reading some comments quick. No, Debbie, I don't know. We're watching independent. A lot of these independent places have gotten check marks now. A lot of the sources that we've had from the beginning did not have check marks when this war started that they do now. You mentioned the camps. They're being sent to camps in Russia. One thing I have learned, though, for sure, the difference between, the media coming out of Russia is like, you can't, there's nothing to talk about. It's 100% lie. Western media, there's at least room to talk about and critique it and then analyze it, look into it, find out if it's bullshit, like, and then publicly talk about it. You can't do that in Russia. You can't even say war. Like, I don't even want to hear about like the nonsense, and it's honestly Russian propaganda that's been fed into Americans to just question all of Western media, which is fine. We have that right here. It's awesome. Freedom. We have that here in the United States. You have the freedom to question whatever the fuck you want. You can question everything. You can question the mainstream news. You can publicly question the government. You can go live right now on your social media. I could do it right now and question Joe Biden publicly with all the followers I have and not get put in prison for it. You can't do that in Russia. There's no freedom. There is none. So how Russian propaganda has like instilled into Americans to like hate Western media, and I get it, but at the same time, it's their Russian propaganda at play. Very healthy to question the media. It's a normal thing to do. It's a normal thing to do, but people are falling into the Russian trap of calling any news that critiques or is critical or analytical, just calling it fake because you don't like it. That's what Russia does. Or because it's calling them out on what they're doing. You think Mariupol gets help tomorrow? All right, let's tune into Speak the Truth. I'm reading some comments because I'm seeing something on this map that I'm concerned of. If they take Mykolaiv, they're gonna try Odessa. We've already seen. So President Zelensky and his staff found documents 3 weeks ago of a possible beach landing in Odessa. U.S. intelligence reports came out refuting that. But now Russia has done a sea landing and have taken Mariupol. They've already shown they can do it. Let's see what Speak the Truth has to say. Oh my god. If they take Mykolaiv and Odessa, then I'm sure the mainstream narrative will be like, holy fuck, look what Russia's doing. And it's almost as if, like, if they take this entire south region, if Russia takes this entire south region, all of the port cities, where's the only place the only place for escape is into the NATO countries. So then Russia will have Ukraine's entire border to the east. That's what they're trying to get. Like, this is what they're doing. They're literally doing. They're taking territory, putting their own flags up and government figures in cities and saying this is ours now. They're slowly doing that around the edge. They're gonna likely move in. Once they get the border, now they're gonna move in a little bit further, and then work on these cities, and then they'll take these ones in this region, and just a little bit at a time. Then this region, then this region, then Kyiv, and then bam! Now they're in western Ukraine, right on the damn NATO's border of all the NATO countries. Slowly. It all depends on Ukraine's defense of Mykolaiv and Odessa. They need heavy support here, or they need big counteroffensives, and they need. This is next, right here. Where are we at? This is next, right here. They need big defense in this area right here. Help. Listen, since the beginning of this war, I don't care. If you are pro Putin and you need that coverage, you're not going to find that here at all. Point blank, period. You will not find pro Putin dialogue on this stream. And if you don't like that, that's not my problem. You can go watch RT or watch Russian sources. We're not gonna restream and regurgitate Russian propaganda unless it's to understand what that message is being spoken to. And it's oftentimes ignorant Americans, very ignorant Americans, because it's against the grain and it's fringe. It's against the mainstream. So it's Russia's pounding that drum. You want to be fringe, mainstream? Be like us. Russian army takes its biggest loss yet. So you got to speak the truth saying this. Let's listen to what Rob has to say. They haven't listened to a Rob video.
3-year-old Hunter Biden.
Haven't listened to a Rob video in a couple days.
If you're to the channel, if you guys are new, please do me a favor and hit that.
Yeah, and this is Speak the Truth on YouTube. Rob, he was an Army sniper, combat veteran. I'm a veteran in the Army, so kind of have that connection there. I was drawn to him in the first week, and his insight on the war coverage. Let's just see what he has to say. I'm seeing one thing. Let's see if Rob's seeing it. But again, this was posted when? How many hours ago? 3 hours ago. I wonder if
How are you guys doing?
We'll see what he talks about. Let's see if he mentions the fall of Mariupol. All right, speak the truth.
Welcome over to the channel. If you guys are new, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. Do yourself a favor. Hit that little bell notification so every single time a video goes live, you get notified. Yes, YouTube's strange, and they make you hit a bell every single time a video goes live. If you want to be notified, that is. It's very strange. Anyway, we're going to start off with maps. If you guys are new to the channel, I compiled this map myself. I made everything on this map is all by myself. Well, actually, the main reason why is because it's always up to date every single video. I always found all the maps online are always 12 to 24
I'll do better about pausing it, and he talks very fast. Maybe I'll message him.
hours or 48 hours behind. They're lagging information. That's not what you need. So, as we're looking at this, red Russia, blue Ukraine. These red lines you see here are the Russian forces, like their outer perimeters, essentially. And the red filled in is, of course, areas they control, and same with Ukrainians. These blue triangles you see around the blue areas, those are the ones that are more heavily fortified areas. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on and show you just a little bit. If you guys are new to the channel, you won't know what I'm talking about. But if you've been around, you know this. This looks a little different, doesn't it? Look at all these areas. Quite different, huh? So I'm gonna go ahead and do everybody a favor, including myself, and we're gonna go ahead and draw in the main supply routes. So this is the supply routes that are for the eastern side of Ukraine as of currently. Now this one right here, look at that. Ooh, that's getting a little iffy right in this one area. Just go ahead and remember that. Well, we're going to start with the maps just for a second, just because I want to talk about some other stuff. So the commander of the Russian Southern Military District's 8th Combined Arms Army, while that is a mouthful, the Lieutenant General Andriy Mordovici has actually been KIA in Kherson. So that is another really extremely high-ranking Russian military, like
their fifth general that Russia's lost. So I wonder if that's what he's tailoring the video around, the biggest loss yet. So Bill on here says that he doesn't mention the fall of Mariupol. All right, let's continue.
Commander, like literally, this is a lieutenant general. That's a huge deal. That's another massive blow for the Russian military, like a major blow. And what I mean by major blow is the fact that this is going to be a morale killer, and for the fact that these are positions you cannot just randomly replace. Yes, someone will fill the gap, but it takes a very long time for someone to get in there and have the, well, I'm going to say experience, but they don't really have the current experience actually for the job. So maybe the person replacing them might do a bit better job for the Russians. So the Russian army has actually offered Ukrainian soldiers safe corridor out of Mariupol if they lay down their arms, but most of them, actually all of them, every single one of them refused, and they say they're going to continue to fight and hold off the invading forces from taking the city. The reason why they've done this is because they know what's going to happen, and it's actually happening currently. The Russians have actually forcefully removed thousands of civilians out of Mariupol, and they moved them into Russia. With literally forced them into Russia. So these civilians have allegedly been taken to camps where Russians are checking their phones and documents and have been moving them into remote cities inside of Russia to isolate them from the rest of the country. Now they're doing that is because they don't want the civilians inside of Russia to actually hear what's going on. Now that's a big deal. It's a huge deal. This is something that should be talked about all over the world, but a lot of people aren't talking about it. I don't know why mainstream media does not talk about these kind of things right here. This is a big deal, and that's why they're doing it. They're isolating them in random tiny towns so they can't spread the information of what is actually going on inside of Ukraine. So I got a video for you. If you're ever wondering how Russians set up their fighting positions, I have
100%. So he was talking about Mariupol, the residents being scattered in Russian cities, so they can't say what's going on. Mariupol. So the residents are the safe corridor is just what Russia set up to put all their people in Russia and then spread them out. Wow.
I have a video I'm going to show you guys right now. Here's that.
Выбило їх нахуй звідси.
That was an abandoned Russian fighting position just outside of Kyiv. This is just as of really recent, just over the last 12 hours or so. I wanted to kind of show you guys exactly what it is and what they're sitting. These are like little tiny foxholes, I guess you would say. They're standing up positions, and they're just on the edge of a tree line. That's pretty much it. I mean, these are pretty standard, but I thought you guys would like to see them. I like to show you guys what's actually going on and what the living conditions are there for the men. And this is actually kind of a big deal, kind of the same thing. So Belarusian diplomats, all of them have just left Ukraine. Now, I know this may not seem like a big deal. But this could be the beginning of the Belarusians actually entering the conflict formally. Okay, they haven't ever entered the conflict formally.
Oh. Commercial.
Troops, they allowed Russians to
Why? Hold on.
fire
Whoa,
rockets and everything else.
I'm not on my. I was like, wait, why is there a commercial? Wrong account. There we go. Now there won't be any more
How are you guys doing? And welcome over here to the channel. If you guys are new,
apologize for that.
But they don't really have the current experience actually for the job. So maybe the person replacing them might do a bit better job for the Russians. So the Russian army has actually offered Ukrainian soldiers safe corridor out of Mariupol if they lay down their arms, but most of them, actually all of them, every single one of them refused, and they say they're going to continue to fight and hold off the invading forces from taking the city. The reason why they've done this is because they know what's going to happen, and it's actually happening currently. The Russians have actually forcefully removed thousands of civilians out of Mariupol, and they moved them into Russia. With literally forced them into Russia. So these civilians have allegedly been taken to camps where Russians are checking their phones and documents and have been moving them into remote cities inside of Russia to isolate them from the rest of the country. Now they're doing that is because they don't want the civilians inside of Russia to actually hear what's going on. Now that's a big deal. It's a huge deal. This is something that should be talked about all over the world, but a lot of people aren't talking about it. I don't know why mainstream media does not talk about these kind of things right here. This is a big deal, and that's why they're doing it. They're isolating them in random tiny towns so they can't spread the information of what is actually going on inside of Ukraine. So I got a video for you. If you're ever wondering how Russians set up their fighting positions, I have a video I'm going to show you guys right now. Here's that.
вибили їх нахуй від.
That was an abandoned Russian fighting position just outside of Kyiv. This is just as of really recent, just over the last 12 hours or so. I wanted to kind of show you guys exactly what it is and what they're sitting. These are like little tiny foxholes, I guess you would say. They're standing up positions, and they're just on the edge of a tree line. That's pretty much it. I mean, these are pretty standard, but I thought you guys would like to see them. I like to show you guys what's actually going on and what the living conditions are there for the men. And this is actually kind of a big deal, kind of the same thing. So Belarusian diplomats, all of them have just left Ukraine. Now, I know this may not seem like a big deal. But this could be the beginning of the Belarusians actually entering the conflict formally. Okay, they haven't ever entered the conflict formally. They've set up troops. They have allowed Russians to fire rockets and everything else out of their country, but they've never actually entered this conflict formally. And there's actually been
he's talking about Belarus. The diplomats have all left Ukraine. Where's Belarus? To the north of Ukraine. All the diplomats have left. What's this up here? 11 staff members of the Belarusian embassy in Ukraine left the territory of Ukraine today, led by the ambassador. If Belarus officially joins, then they're going to be for sure trying to get this northern border and finish up areas in this northern border they haven't. Russia's right here. Listen, if they get the whole edge in the sea, they get this whole edge here, that's Russia touching it. And then they get the north of it, that's Belarus. Then a safe area would be into Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland, and Moldova, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, and Poland. Oh God.
3 more false flags that came from the Russians over the last 12 hours. These are kind of goofy, but these are ones we need to take note of. Plotting attacks against Western diplomats in Lviv. Planting explosive with ammonium and chlorine in Sumy. They've been talking about this. Like, these are things that they're talking about that could possibly happen, that the Ukrainians are setting up to make the Russians look like they did it. Now, we know that's not true. And they're talking about they've actually sent chemical to a school in Katlorova village outside of Mykolaiv. So they're setting up all these things, all these what we call false flags, just in case they were to happen. Now we know why. It's kind of like the thing where they said that the Ukrainians have set up explosives inside of hospitals inside of Dnipro. Now, what's even crazier about that is the mayor came out and said, well, if that's the case, then how about you don't fly your airplanes over our city so maybe the hospital won't explode. And that's actually something that had came out, because they were saying that they were setting up these explosives within inside the hospitals, so they were going to blame the Russian military from dropping bombs on the hospitals, kind of like a precursor for what was actually going to happen. That's the same thing with these. And if you guys did not know, the Danish Minister of Defense have actually announced that Denmark is willing to send military support to NATO or Polish to lead a peacekeeping mission in Ukraine. There's actually, I think there's 7 or 8 current countries that have said yes, and these countries are Slovenia, Czechia, Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Denmark, clearly. I know I almost jacked up one of those names. And the Russian ambassador to Bosnia has actually stated in an interview that they have plans against NATO. They currently have plans already in progress and actually laid out, and they're assessing the geostrategic situation, and they would respond to any threats, which is kind of crazy. You want to talk about NATO, by the way. They have 40,000 troops currently under direct NATO command. They have 100,000 troops. That's the U.S. right now. U.S. has 100,000 troops deployed to Europe. 130 Allied aircraft.
Look at this quick. This was posted on 16 March. So in Estonia, there's 2,000 Allied troops and 7,000 Estonian troops. The United States has troops in everywhere except for Bulgaria and Hungary. United States is in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, and Romania. You guys can see all the flags on the screen of all the countries and all the NATO countries. 40,000 troops under direct NATO command. 130 Allied aircraft at high alert. 100,000 United States troops deployed to Europe. 140 Allied ships are at sea. 24/7 air patrol and surveillance. We've been watching that through the air tracker. You can usually pick up on one of those planes. So who knows what it is now? This is as of 3 days ago.
At high alert and 140 Allied ships at sea. Now I have this pretty little infographic I'm showing you guys that is currently on the NATO's eastern flank. Now, if you guys can't tell me that's not defensive posturing and deterrence at its best, that's quite powerful. I mean, they're literally doing 24/7 air patrol and surveillance all the way through. Right now, Poland has 120,000 troops. 120,000 troops, and there's 10,000. So there's 130,000 troops right now in Poland between NATO and Poland's troops. Look how many troops are actually staged on the entire side, I guess it would touching Russia. It's quite a bit. So now we're going to move over to the map. So Kyiv, as you guys can tell, there's been a lot going on, all right? A lot. Ambushes, counteroffensive, weak stuff from the Russian military. It's been pretty bad for them. So the Ukrainian forces actually set up a successful ambush on the northwest side of Kyiv in the town of Malin. They took out 3 T-72 tanks and a T-72B3M. Those are the images you guys are currently seeing. So we're going to move over here to Irpin as well. They've been flooding Irpin. So this is a tactic that we've seen all the way back to World War II. The Germans did it on us. Well, they did it in France on us when they found out that we're going to be doing an airborne attack. They did it to flood the fields to make it more difficult to actually get troops in there. So the troops can't land in a flooded field. They can't do that. They've been doing the same thing in Irpin to actually stop the offensive pushing in from Kyiv. It's a very smart tactic. So you guys see Irpin, they're starting to flood out this area just around there to stop. It's not the entire city, clearly, but it's a certain area so where the Russians can actually advance through to get into Kyiv.
Wow, what a tactic. Flood in their own cities to prevent Russian advancement because it'll be you can't move through those. You can't get vehicles through that. Traversing on foot through that would be a nightmare. Trench foot, all types of issues with getting through that. They evacuated Irpin and Bucha last week. The last, I don't know if they're even still evacuating anymore. I think it's just completely empty now. Let's type it. Let's see. They're flooding their own. They blew up their own bridges. They're flooding their own cities to prevent Russian advance. Oops. What am I doing here? Irpin. Ukraine. The Dutch did it too. Journalists are banned from Irpin. That was 5 days ago. Kyiv suburbs become unlikely frontline. We knew Kyiv and Irpin were. Oh my god, I keep forgetting I'm not subscribed. Nothing new in days though. I'm not subscribing to the New York Times. All right, let's continue on.
That northwestern side. So the Russian forces in Kyiv are currently combat.
Let's rewind that a little bit so we can listen to that section again. Let's listen to that whole section one more time.
B3M. Those are the images you guys are currently seeing. So we're going to move over here to Irpin as well. They've been flooding Irpin. So this is a tactic that we've seen all the way back to World War II. The Germans did it on us. Well, they did it in France on us when they found out that we're going to be doing an airborne attack. They did it to flood the fields to make it more difficult to actually get troops in there. So the troops can't land in a flooded field. They can't do that. They've been doing the same thing in Irpin to actually stop the offensive pushing in from Kyiv. It's a very smart tactic.
So maybe, hold on.
You guys see Irpin, they're starting to flood out this area just around there to stop. It's not the entire city, clearly, but it's a certain area so where the Russians can actually advance through to get into Kyiv.
I'm hearing like two different things in how he's explaining this. I'm hearing it both that Russia's doing it to prevent counteroffensive from Kyiv, and then at the end, I'm confused with that now. I'm confused with how he's explaining this. I'm going to try to listen one more time.
Tactic. So you guys see Irpin, they're starting to flood out this area just around there.
Back some.
On the northwest side of Kyiv in the town of Malin. They took out 3 T-72 tanks and a T-72B3M. Those are the images you guys are currently seeing. So we're going to move over here to Irpin as well. They've been flooding Irpin. So
They have been flooding Irpin. Who is they? Hold on. Who's they? I got to go back a little bit. Maybe I missed it again.
Counteroffensive, weak stuff from the Russian military. It's been pretty bad for them.
The Russian military. Hold on. Let's see if that. Hold on. Back a little bit further. All right.
Troops right now in Poland, between NATO and Poland's troops. Look how many troops are actually staged on the entire side, I guess it would touching Russia. It's quite a bit. So now we're going to move over to the map. So Kyiv, as you guys can tell, there's been a lot going on, all right? A lot. Ambushes, counteroffensive, weak stuff from the Russian military. It's been pretty bad for them. So the Ukrainian forces actually set up a successful ambush on the northwest side of Kyiv in the town of Malin. They took out 3 T-72 tanks and a T-72B3M. Those are the images you guys are currently seeing. So we're going to move over here to Irpin as well. They've been flooding Irpin.
So he's talking. Okay, Ukraine. He just talked about Ukraine counteroffensive on Russian armor, and he hasn't changed the topic. So he's still talking about Ukraine. He just talked about that in Malin. And he's continuing on. So this is Ukraine flooding their cities.
This is a tactic that we've seen all the way back to World War II. The Germans did it on us. Well, they did it in France on us when they found out that we're going to be doing an airborne attack. They did it to flood the fields to make it more difficult to actually get troops in there. So the troops can't land in a flooded field. They can't do that. They've been doing the same thing in Irpin to actually stop the offensive pushing in from Kyiv. It's a very smart tactic. So you guys see Irpin, they're starting to flood out this area just around there to stop. It's not the entire city, clearly, but it's a certain area so where the Russians can actually advance through to get into Kyiv from that northwestern side. So the Russian forces...
All right, so confirmed it's Ukraine. We got a couple all caps typers. All caps typers, y'all. Hey, listen... Yeah, smoke another one. You know what? I will. How about that? I will for y'all, YouTube smooth brains. I'm going to smoke right now. I heard it two different ways. And other people did as well. So confirmed Ukraine is the one flooding the city. I'm going to spark one up just for the smart asses on YouTube.
In Kyiv,
like literally, like smoking a joint is bad.
They haven't made a successful offensive action since March 9th. I know a lot of people probably don't remember that because it's
smart asses on YouTube.
Ago. And that's when they pushed into Irpin. They actually pushed in, then they got pushed out. And they pretty much have been in a stalemate in the entire area since then. They currently have conducted 2 operational pauses to refit and reorganize. They have moved forward additional artillery units and have restructured the entire area. The current BTGs, the battalions essentially, have been restructured from the remnants of destroyed ones. So they're just taking remnants of destroyed battalions and companies and having to remake new ones because there's potholes essentially, or holes in their entire line up there. So they're having to redo everything. That's why there's been such a pause in that northwestern side of Kyiv, and a lot has to do with morale, logistics, strategic knowledge, like the actual command groups there. They have no idea what they're doing. So the Russian rear is somewhere about right here. Now, there's a lot that's going on right there. So imagine being the rear element of the Russian force up near Kyiv. You're just kind of hanging out. There's not a lot going on. And then all of a sudden, the Ukrainians do a counteroffensive or a counterattack on you. And that's exactly what happened today. So they actually targeted Russian logistical hubs with artillery and UAV strikes somewhere in the rough vicinity of this, you know, we're going to make it a little X, that little box in X right there. So they actually made a counteroffensive out of Mariupol and actually hit the rear force of the Russian military. Imagine you're back there just hanging out, and all of a sudden you're having artillery rounds dropped on you, or UAVs hitting you. You're supposed to be back there just chilling. They can't even pull rear security correctly right now. So we're going to move.
You can't even look at, they can't do anything properly. Now he's talking about the Russian military. Just the fear of the sky and that you can just get hit at any moment right now. The artillery capabilities, the UAV, you're in 4K from the sky. You're catching Russian troops in foxholes waving at the UAV camera in 4K. This is a different type of a war. Completely different. The fear that you'd have just being in an open area, dude. I'm just the fear from the sky right now. Got to be unreal.
Move over to Sumy. Oh, you guys know Sumy. So this video you're about to see is actually from another ambush. The Ukrainians have been setting up these ambushes. They've been doing guerrilla warfare phenomenally. They've been setting up in small teams, and they're taking out either 1 or 2 vehicles, and they're bouncing. That's all they're doing. They're messing with the Russians, and they're doing a very good job of it. I mean, if you're on the Ukrainian side, you guys are rooting them on because they're doing a phenomenal job of it. Here's a video of that. So this is a big deal. The main route's going in. So these black lines right here, I'm going to go ahead and just circle them for you guys. So those 2 black lines, those are the main routes coming in for supplies and logistics. This other one is actually, that is the border of Russia and Ukraine. So this is crazy. They took back more ground over the last 12 hours. Yes, the Ukrainians took back more ground. So right here, you guys see this additional piece I put on? I kind of leave it there so you guys can see it even better. They pushed them all the way back down into Pryluki almost. So if you see this is another route that comes through here. That main route that comes through there is now almost cut off. So if they cut off this route, if somehow the Russians cannot hold off this area and that route is cut off, guess who's going to be completely cut off from any type of logistical support and resupplies? This element right here on the eastern side of Kyiv.
He's right about that. He's been consistent on this MSR route. This is how they're transporting all their equipment in to the front line, the front that they have, the Russian front. And on this map, they have it annotated a little differently. His is more accurate. His is a more accurate annotation of what the MSR, the ASR, the ammo supply route to get all their equipment there. If Ukraine cuts that off, he's right. This front here will be left to dry, left stranded. But he's not. I'm wondering if they gain ground up here. Still very concerned down here. Let's continue on.
So right now, this is a huge deal. This is probably one of the biggest turning points of this entire conflict, is this right here. If the Ukrainian forces can push down and cut off this route all the way to the eastern side of Kyiv, then these forces, these Russian forces that are right here that I just showed you, those ones are going to be completely cut off and not get any type of logistical support whatsoever. They've also pushed through and actually broke through a few lines here. You see this? Look at this. These Russian forces are separated. They're separated now. That's kind of a big deal. I did annotate over here all around Konotop and this Hukliv up here in the northeast side. Now those 2 areas, yes, they are surrounded completely. But the Russian forces, they don't have enough men to actually push through and take them. And right now they have no need to. They don't gain anything by trying to push through here and lose more men on the way. But at the same time, if they don't push through, these forces that are in here are the ones that are keep popping out. And they're the ones that are keep doing all the damage to this road. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are doing all the ambushes. They're coming out of Sumy. Sumy is almost 100% surrounded by Russian forces. And they're still doing counteroffensives and ambushes out of Sumy.
That is a good sign. Again, it's good news in this northeast. They haven't taken Sumy or Kharkiv. Still very concerned about the southeast. These are all good things to the northeast, though. Definitely good things to the northeast. We can't take away from that.
On Russian forces. That's crazy. This whole area in the northeast side could be it could be the entire end to the Russian military when it comes to this conflict up here. Unless they do something completely different, they need to find a route. As we know that they've been staging up in this northern side of Kyiv right here where I just put this mark. They've been staging pontoons up there, but we know their pontoons have been failing. They haven't been able to do that. They've been literally been sinking their own APCs and tanks up in this area. But if they do get a route in, then these forces on this eastern side will actually be able to be resupplied. So we're moving east. Kharkiv and this entire area. So they still control all this area. Matter of fact, they've actually pulled more troops out of the Kharkiv area to pull them up into Sumy. Yes, Russians are having a hard time maintaining this Kharkiv.
Thank you, Daniel. Relocation fund also confirming reports. Mute game called me a troll.
I don't know if they're going to give it up. They can't really give it up because out of here in Belgorod, as you guys do know, this is a staging area. So that's a big deal. But Sumy is right here. So a lot of the reinforcements and such go east, or go west out of Belgorod, and they go in that route on Sumy. But they need Kharkiv. So the 81st and the 95th Air Assault Brigades actually defeated the Russian advances on the south side of Izium today. So we know that the Russians control the north side of Izium. So here's the north side. We're going to say right here. Here's the south. They tried to push through. The Ukrainians were smart. They pushed 2 brigades worth of men over there and overtook and overpowered the Russian forces. Now, as we were making this video, there's a current assault on Severodonetsk actually happening. They've been trying to do this for multiple days now. Now, Rubizhne, which is right here, the north side of the city, the north side of this town is controlled by Russian forces. If they were to push through, this is a big deal. So keep in mind, if they push through here, they're going to be able to push all the way through to Izium. Izium is a big deal because this will be the main route that they will take to go over to Dnipro, which is down over here. This is one of the areas they want to get to. They're going to have to take these main routes. See this main route that goes all the way through here? These are the main routes. They need those main routes, and that's one of the things they're going to have to get through.
Dnipro is a huge inland port. A huge strategic inland port. Look where Dnipro is. So they have the entire southeast, and then they get further up. You keep following the river, and then you hit the Zaporizhia, and then Dnipro. Dnipro, very, very strategic, huge port city in the inland. River goes all the way up. Where does it go? Where does this river go? Huh. Oh. It goes right to Kyiv. Oh. Is that right? So, Dnipro, the Dnieper River, I don't know how wide it is, or what this is. Is this a dam? Or I'm sure, power plant? Can they open and close this? Is there access to this part? Unclear. Unclear. Likely. Probably a bridge, then. A dam, another one. Might get real skinny in here. Let's take the river right to Kyiv. Google Earth it. Good idea. Or actually, hold on. Let's check it out quick. Let's go to the first one. First one's over here. Smart. You're smart. It is a dam. You have a dam there. So can't travel through that. I don't think they're getting through this. That's the first obstacle from Dnipro. City of Dnipro is right here. You think so? To get through? This is a very strategic river. It takes you straight to Kyiv. I don't know if Russia's going to utilize it at all. The taking Dnipro would be a big sign of controlling the inland port. They're trying to take all the ports to the southeast, control the entire sea. All right, let's carry on. Dnipro, huge strategic inland city.
So right now, Severodonetsk is actually, well, under attack as I am making this video. Russians have been doing multiple probing attacks down here in the south as well. Mariupol, no change down there. No change. Still house-to-house fighting. They have not made any ground. That is the Russian forces. They haven't been able to push through at all. So this whole area hasn't changed one bit. Now, we'll say over here they've been doing probing attacks, the same ones they've been kind of come through. They haven't been able to make any type of actually positive ground gained in that area by the Russians. So with there being no change over there, we're going to switch over to Mykolaiv, which is more west. And there has been some pretty significant movements. We know the other day that there was a counteroffensive and the Ukrainians took back that area right there. So that is a big deal. The Russians, I think, are actually lacking men in this area, and logistical support is pretty significant reason why they're actually losing ground. As you see up here, they lost ground. They lost a significant piece of ground. You guys remember there, as of 24 hours ago, they had men all the way up there. Now they don't. They were actually pushed all the way back just out of Nova Odessa. Now, with that being said, they have actually been doing probing attacks on the Bug River. So they are still doing probing attacks to try to find a way through to get to the backside of Mykolaiv, but I don't believe they have enough men to do that. Russian forces on the outer lying areas of Mykolaiv. So the outer lying area of Mykolaiv are currently combat ineffective and are suffering from extreme low morale from the troops on the ground. They also have no logistical support and ineffective leadership. The current situation in the Russian military doesn't currently possess the ability to advance to Zaporizhzhia due to sufficient combat troops and lack of logistical support. So they cannot actually make that push to Zaporizhzhia. They're trying to make these pushes up to Kryvyi Rih, right over here, Kryvyi Rih right there. They haven't been able to. They don't have enough men up there.
Keep in mind also with Mykolaiv, that's where the military base was just hit on Friday. At least 50 bodies were recovered from the rubble of a military base in Mykolaiv. On Friday, the base came under rocket fire. According to the emergency service staff, at least 200 soldiers were in the building at the time when rockets hit the military base. That was on Friday. So they're making attempts. Mykolaiv and Odessa are huge now. Mykolaiv and Odessa are huge to maintain. Ukraine needs to hold those.
Literally have none. They've been pushed back. I mean, you're talking about an area right here they lost ground on. 1 week ago, we thought they were going to push all the way around and go down to Odessa. Like, we thought they were going to be able to push through and then make their way down to Odessa and take this power plant, which is right there, which is not the case. They literally are lacking with the ability to move men, which logistics is a huge deal with war, and this is causing them to lose tons of ground all throughout the country. The Russian forces have actually fired the first ever hypersonic missile into battle. They're the first ones to ever do it. They claim to have taken out an arms depot in western Ivano-Frankivsk. This is a pretty big deal, mainly for the fact that they're now upping the kind of munitions that they're actually using in this war. I've stated multiple times they may use chemical weapons. That could be a thing. They're losing the battle in these cities. They need to regain control of these cities. Chemical weapons are a big deal inside of cities. This hypersonic missile test, they've never done anything like this. No one's ever done this in top of the war. Yes, North Korea and everybody shot them, but no one's actually used them in battle. Also, this is crazy.
And that's what we talked about at the end of yesterday's stream, was the hypersonic missiles that Russia's using. I guess good to keep in mind, too, just because they take the cities doesn't mean they're going to hold them. Ukraine can launch counteroffensives. Russia uses hypersonic missiles and strike on Ukraine arms depot. Russia said on Saturday it had used a hypersonic Kinzhal Dagger missiles to destroy a large weapons depot in Ukraine's western Ivano-Frankivsk region. Russia's Interfax news agency said that it was the first time Russia had deployed the hypersonic Kinzhal system since it sent its troops into Ukraine on February 24th. Defense Ministry spokesman Igor Konashkov told a briefing that the underground depot was hit by the Kinzhal system on Friday, housed Ukrainian missiles and aircraft ammunition, according to a recording of the briefing shared by a Russian news agency. Again, Reuters was not able to independently verify his statements. Russia prides itself on its advanced weaponry. What's a Kinzhal missile? Okay, we'll watch. We watched at the end of yesterday. We'll tune in one more time. Russia's new Kinzhal. Oh, so is this a video of it? Oh, here's the video of it. Okay, so first we're going to watch what is a Kinzhal missile, and then apparently we actually have the video of ammunition depot in Ukraine getting hit by one. So here's what a Kinzhal missile is. The high precision Kinzhal missile. Excuse me, I missed that part. The high precision Kinzhal missile was launched from a MiG-31. Is this the one that shows what it is, how fast it goes? The country's defense ministry released a video showing a missile. Detaching from the plane and gliding across the sky, leaving a fiery trail. No, where's the video that... I swear I had a video that we'd seen. How powerful, here we go. How powerful is the Kinzhal missile?
Hello everyone, welcome back again with us at Military TV. In this episode, we're going to talk about Russia's newest hypersonic missile, Kinzhal. On August...
So again, now Russia's likely been using this entire time in the war. They've used it before, and now Russia's admitting to using this. So this is the missile that they're using.
The Via Darts 2019 international competition, as part of the International Army Games 2019, took place at the Dubrovnik testing range at the Ryazan region, Russia. In particular, the Kinzhal air-launched hypersonic missile debuted at the competition. Russian MiG-31K interceptors armed with Kinzhal took part in an air show for the first time. A number of MiG-31 heavy interceptors have been already modified in order to carry the weapon. Before watching this video, don't forget to leave your comment below if you have any suggestions or certain topics to discuss for the next videos.
Military TV.
The Kh-47M2 Kinzhal is a Russian nuclear-capable air-launched ballistic missile, or ALBM. It has a claimed range of more than 2,000 kilometers, Mach 10 speed, and an ability to perform evasive maneuvers at every stage of its flight. It can carry both conventional and nuclear warheads.
That's great. Kh-47M2 Kinzhal, nuclear-capable, air-launched ballistic missile, or ALBM, range. Greater than 2,000 kilometers?
And can be launched from Tu-22M3 bombers or MiG-31K interceptors.
All right. Pause the information on the screen for you guys. So Russia's using these. Good night, artists. Good night.
It has been deployed at air bases in Russia's southern military district. The Kinzhal entered service in December 2017 and is one of the 6 new Russian strategic weapons unveiled by Russian President Vladimir Putin on March 1, 2018. The missile is designed to target U.S. and NATO warships, posing a threat to strategic missile systems in Russia's European part, and to destroy NATO missile defense system and ballistic missile defense ships and land objects close to Russian borders, such as one in Romania. It is allegedly designed to overcome any known or planned U.S. air or missile defense systems.
That's a big point. It is known to evade all air defense systems. One more time. Catch that one more time. It evades all air defense systems.
Planned U.S. air or missile defense systems, such as one in Romania. It is allegedly designed to overcome any known or planned U.S. air or missile defense systems, including MIM-104 Patriot, Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, and Aegis combat systems. The missile's first...
It can go undetected from our Patriot missile system. I hope they got software updates or something for that Patriot system.
Stage is probably shared...
I'm sure likely the U.S. Army's adapted. This came out in 2018. That's scary if it can There's no counter to it. That is the important part. Huge part. There's no all of these capabilities to stop these missiles. It will go undetected.
Combat systems. The missile's first stage is probably shared with the 9K720 Iskander, and the guidance section is specifically designed for this missile. It is capable of attacking fixed and movable targets such as aircraft carriers. The missile accelerates to hypersonic speed within seconds of launch.
No, the United States does not have this weapon. No.
And performs maneuvers at all stages of the flight trajectory to evade enemy missile defenses. Now let's take a look at the capabilities of the Kinzhal system and results of its testing. The Kinzhal was first tested using a MiG-31B in the Southern Military District, MD, in March 2018. The weapon first entered service in that MD in May 2018, equipping 10 MiG-31Ks. In addition to the hypersonic capability of this ALBM, the Kinzhal flies at the stratosphere boundary to minimize air resistance and is specially designed to evade enemy air defenses and offer improved high-precision targeting. It can be launched from Tu-22 M3 bombers or MiG-31K interceptors. Its overall weight and characteristics of the air-launched ballistic missile compelled the Defense Ministry to specially modernize the existing MiG-31B to the MiG-31K. The newer model of this interceptor received new onboard equipment, increased fuel supply, and communications equipment to facilitate the receipt of target destination data. These changes forced Russia's aerospace forces to redevelop the methodology for the combat use of the MiG-31K and to retrain its pilots. The MiG-31K accelerates to Mach 2.3 to provide the Kinzhal.
So we learned, okay, I guess we can learn more.
With the necessary launch speed to then accelerate to Mach 10. With its
Okay, so that's how it gets to Mach 10. Go back. I thought they were going to start talking about the MiG-31 now. Let's continue learning. This is the hypersonic Kinzhal missile that Russia is now admitted to using in Ukraine.
To Mach 2.3 to provide the Kinzhal with the necessary launch speed to then accelerate to Mach 10. With its 2,000-kilometer range, the Kinzhal avoids requiring the MiG-31K to enter the coverage area of enemy air defenses. After extensive testing, the missile is currently operational on the MiG-31 fighter at an experimental phase to some extent. But further advancement is underway to expand Russia's use of strategic bombers and stealth fighters. So what are the consequences for the Western security community? Putin's efforts to develop next-generation strategic weapons have...
Alright, so that was the Kinzhal. They're going to go in their own opinions right now. Let's look at the video. Watch. Moment Russia fires hypersonic missile at ammunition depot in Ukraine. Video film from a military drone shows the moment a large Ukrainian ammunition depot was hit by a deadly hypersonic missile. So here's the use of that in Ukraine. Mach 10. Let's look that up quick. Who all has a... Excuse me. Hypersonic weapons programs. Ooh, of course, Lockheed Martin has one. Hypersonic weapon systems. Lockheed Martin's. Does the United States have hypersonic weapon systems? Most U.S. hypersonic weapon systems are still in the development or testing phase. At least one system is expected to reach operational capability this year. Is that what this is? The Lockheed Martin shit? Oh my god. Revolutionizing hypersonic technologies, dude. Another successful solid rocket motor hypersonics test for Lockheed Martin. The U.S. Navy and U.S. Army completed another major milestone with the Conventional Prompt Strike and Long Range Hypersonic Weapon Programs Industry Team in the third consecutive successful solid rocket motor test. Oh, so that sounds like the U.S. is going to have one. We don't currently have one, but Lockheed Martin's going to take care of it, like they always do. Garbage. How far? Oh my goodness. Oh, here's the U.S. one. Lockheed Martin is the prime weapon system integrator to provide hypersonic boost glide capability to the U.S. Navy and U.S. Army hypersonic strike missile programs. Northrop Grumman develops a solid rocket motor. The SRM tests are paving the way to the next Navy and Army joint flight test, which will take place in 2022. So, U.S. is going to be capable of that this year. The recent successes of the SRM tests are a vital step in the development timeline for the... Is there a development timeline? No. Revolutionize, look at in the clouds, in the heavens with the missile, dude. This is like a meme almost. Lockheed Martin. In the heavens with the Mach 10 missiles. Suppose we can speak the truth now, huh?
We're gonna end it on this note. This is crazy. The Russians have actually laid mines on the commercial routes that are leading into the Black Sea. So the entire northwestern...
So Rob was just talking about those hypersonic missiles. That's we went off into a whole hypersonic missile dive. And now he's talking about the mines that are in the Black Sea. So let's go back some.
Inside of cities. This hypersonic missile test, they've never done anything like this. No one's ever done this in the top of the war. Yes, North Korea and everybody shot them, but no one's actually used them in battle. Also, this is crazy. We're going to end it on this note. This is crazy. The Russians have actually laid mines on the commercial routes that are leading into the Black Sea. So the entire northwestern part of the Black Sea right now has been mined by Russian ships. The commercial routes, like to get like supplies into the Ukraine, like all the commercial routes in there have literally been mined by the Russian ships. I have no idea how that's even legal, to be honest with you, but I guess it's international waters.
Here's what those mines look like that they have in the sea. Just an example. Sea mines and amphibious operations. So they have those in the Black Sea. Here. And that's the end of Rob's video.
No one's even said how this just came out when I was making this, so I have no idea where this is going to go. But right now, that's what's going on the ground. That's what's going on in Ukraine. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I will see you guys tomorrow with another one.
And then after this video came out, I wonder if we need to look into this more. Let's type it in. Like the video if you guys haven't. Make sure you're following the page. You're subscribed to the channel. I'm Andrew Mercado from Mercado Media Productions. This is live. We're going over the latest recap, the latest breaking news, and updates from the war in Ukraine. Comment where you're tuning in from, what city, what state, where in the world you're watching from. Comment where you are tuned in from, and I'll shout you out in the chat. Share the stream if you haven't. Share the stream. Live updates, 20 babies from surrogate moms in bomb shelter. So Fox News put an article out 16 minutes ago. Let's just see what it says. Is it from Associated Press? No, it's not Associated Press. California, Germany, how you doing? Buffalo, New York, there we go. Amana, Iowa, Phoenix, Texas. Excuse me, wow. What time is it? Phoenix, Arizona, Michigan, Virginia, Texas, Mobile, Alabama, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hello from Portville, New York. Welcome. Hey from Virginia, Mississippi. United Kingdom is tuned in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Florida's tuned in. How are you doing? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Australia's tuned in. Welcome. Chico, California. Bedford, Maine. Glad you're on. Checked in earlier. You weren't. Yeah, I was running late. I'm going to be getting into my own spot very soon. Fort Wayne in the house. How you doing? I'm here from Salt Lake City, Utah. Wyoming's tuned in. England, Bronx, New York. Welcome, welcome. So let's do AP. Ukraine civilians evacuated via safe passage. No. Lufkin, Texas is tuned in. The concern is Mariupol. That is the latest. Mariupol has fallen. Ukraine crisis. Claims Mariupol women and children forcibly sent to Russia. Thousands of residents illegally taken across the border, says city council. China criticizes outrageous Western sanctions against Russia. Authorities in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol have said Russian troops have forcibly deported several thousand residents to Russia, as claims emerged that the besieged city had been wiped off the face of the earth. Over the past week, several thousand Mariupol residents were deported onto the Russian territory. The city council said in a statement on its Telegram channel late Saturday. The occupiers illegally took people from the Livo-Berezhny district and from the shelter in the sports club building, where more than 1,000 people, mostly women and children, were hiding from constant bombing. The claims have still not been independently verified, but the council's statement is one of the several reports about Mariupol residents being taken to Russia, where authorities have been referred to refugees. Intense street fighting in the city has hampered attempts to free hundreds of thousands of survivors trapped for days inside a bombed theater and Ukrainian forces held out against a larger Russian force inside the strategically important southern port city. Across Ukraine, evacuations from cities continued on Saturday along 8 of 10 humanitarian corridors, said the Deputy Prime Minister, Erna Vereshchuk. A total of 6,623 people were evacuated, including 4,128 from Mariupol, the scene from some of the war's worst suffering. Meanwhile, China has responded angrily to the mounting Western pressure to condemn the invasion, saying it stands on the right side of history over the crisis and is in line with the stances of most countries. China will never accept any external coercion or pressure, and opposes any unfounded accusations and suspicions against China, the foreign minister Wang Yi said on Saturday evening. China has refused to condemn Russia's action in Ukraine or call it an invasion, although it has expressed concern about the crisis. Beijing has also opposed economic sanctions on Russia over Ukraine, describing them as unilateral and not authorized by the UN Security Council. This is the Guardian's latest map. You guys see this? Here. This is the Guardian's map. The blue is Russian invasion routes. The shaded is still Russian-controlled territory, and the red circle is under Russian control. As of 21:30 on 18 March. So 9:30 p.m. on the 18th. Let's check the latest here. What is this? Information from the Prosecutor General's office about Russian war crimes. All right, here's a thermobaric weapon. Thermobaric MRL. Thermobaric. MLRS. Oh, MRLS. No, it's ML. That's intense. I just want here. So here's a thermobaric multiple rocket launcher. This is what you're going to see in the video. What is a thermobaric weapon, though? We've gone over this, and I would like it explained. We've gone over this one in the past. This is the vacuum bomb, by the way. Sure. What is a thermobaric weapon? Here we go. It's a vacuum bomb.
Works in two stages. The first stage charge distributes an aerosol made up of very fine material. The first such weapon used coal dust, but today it's more likely to be a carbon-based fuel. Of course, it could be some other flammable material. The second charge ignites that cloud, creating a fireball and a shock wave, which is much greater than that of conventional explosives. The application would normally be in a bunker busting situation. Of course, there are no bunkers of the type we see dotted around the countryside from World War II.
All right, let's see if he's doing a good job, but here we go. What are thermobaric weapons and how do they work? So we've seen Russia is using hypersonic missiles, and now again these are thermobaric missiles, the vacuum bombs.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Military Analysis Channel. Fears have arisen over the use of thermobaric weapons by Russia after the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. said a vacuum bomb, another term for the weapon, had been used during the invasion. The use of such weapons, which suck in oxygen from the surrounding air to generate a high-temperature explosion, has yet to be independently confirmed. However, footage from Ukraine has shown thermobaric rocket launchers on Russia's TOS-1 vehicles. How do they work? The thermobaric weapon, also known as an arsenal bomb or fuel-air explosive, is a two-stage munition. The first stage charge distributes an aerosol of excellent material, from a carbon-based fuel to tiny metal particles. A second charge ignites that cloud, creating a fireball, a massive shock wave, and a vacuum as it sucks up all surrounding oxygen. The blast wave can last for significantly longer than a conventional explosive and can vaporize human bodies. Such weapons are used for various purposes and comes in a range of sizes. Russia uses them in a bunker buster role to destroy defensive positions. Giant air-launched versions are designed to destroy caves and tunnel complexes. How dangerous are they? Russian thermobaric weapons are truly horrifying, and they're potentially being used in Ukraine to terrify soldiers and civilians in defiance of the conventions of war. Thermobaric, also known as vacuum munitions, are often fired by multiple launch rocket systems like the TOS-1, Baratino, or sometimes dropped from aircraft as a bomb. The TOS-1 is deployed in Ukraine and has been spotted traveling into Belarus. Human rights organizations are investigating the possibility that Russia is using thermobaric against citizens, an action that would be considered a war crime.
Hear that? It is a war crime to use this. It's a war crime to use this equipment.
The chemical aerosol cloud from thermobaric can create a shock wave that fatally burns some victims and sucks the life out of others. Even those outside the impact zone can suffer burst eardrums and damaged lungs.
Outside the damage zone, you can get burst eardrums and damaged lungs from this weapon.
Thermobaric air like a napalm fireball and brutally kill everyone in the 1,000-foot radius impact zone. The TOS-1, as example, can fire 24 thermobaric rockets in 15 seconds within a 2-mile range. That's why the TOS-1 is referred to as the flamethrower. Russia has deployed thermobaric weapons before in Chechnya and Syria. They have been used to reach enemy combatants dug in profoundly in basements and bunkers. As the Russians raise the stakes in their war with Ukraine and surround and besiege cities, they will likely blast thermobaric into residential areas. Should they be banned? The rules of war for thermobaric do not specify ban them, but if a country uses them to target civilian populations in built-up areas, schools, or hospitals, then it could be convicted of a war crime under the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907, according to the BBC. BBC has also chronicled how the Russians let off their most enormous thermobaric device in 2007, a weapon they called the father of all bombs. This munition has the equivalent of 7 tons of high explosives. Russia denies using unguided bombs or missiles against civilians, even though the Ukrainians have endured civilian casualties in this war from various types of conventional artillery.
Alright. Here's a Russian TOS-1 thermobaric in use in Ukraine. This is in Ukraine now. Look at it. It ignites the whole ground around it. Look, they're not even hiding it. Hold on. They're not even hiding it. Let me move this shit quick. Look at the top right. They're not even hiding it. What up, Be Wicked? Behind my date timestamps is the RT. This is a Russian video. I gotta put this shit back. It was something like that. immediately burns all of the land around it. Well, this is how the fires are starting, huh? Likely not putting them out. So these missiles, not only are these systems like destroying their targets, but all are even just around the truck firing the things are just, all this is catching fire. They're not, Russians aren't putting these things out. Right? Literally. They turned this whole daytime into nighttime. Damn near, and burning. Went from this to that, not very long. Dramatic footage of battles between Russian and Ukrainian forces in Mariupol. So we have some combat footage from Mariupol. So the Ukrainian forces are trying to stop the siege of the city. Here's Mariupol in the southeast. Reports that it's fallen and it's under Russian territory, but also reports that Ukrainian defense is in there holding it. So, here's some combat footage from it. Mariupol is being fought over, that's for sure. Yesterday, today, right now, likely, in the morning, what time is it in the morning? 8:47. Likely now, still, fighting. Ground combat. Here's Mariupol. Looking for my map. Let's take it off the satellite. Mariupol down here. Southeast. Here it is on our war map. Down here. That is way loud. By the way, so now I guess I can talk. This is you can see they got the white bands on. The white bands on, so this is Russian. The Russian side. White bands. This looks like the Chechens. The Chechens fighting for Russia. Right. Let's continue on. Fighting in Mariupol. We don't need to hear Bill Maher. Mariupol morning. Sunny day, red Tesla, and destroyed city. This is 28 minutes ago, Mariupol.
А как тебе такое, Илон Маск? Кто-то явно на ней прыгал. А как тебе
Did they
такое?
at Elon Musk? You can hear him say Elon Musk's name in the video. And that's surreal. And that, like, just, I mean, look at this. Like, it's a war zone, right? Traditional war, we've seen vehicles, but like to see a Tesla in the war footage. Just think about it for a second. Just take a moment and reflect on that.
А как тебе такое, Илон Маск? Кто-то явно на ней прыгал.
Oh, he still works, huh? You think it works still? Easium. Here's Easium, that crucial city that Rob had mentioned. And it is crucial. Easium's right here. North of the Donbass region, north of Kramatorsk, south of Kharkiv. Oops. Easium's right here. Right here. Here's pictures. You guys are at 724 out of 1,000 on YouTube. Like the video if you guys haven't. Share the stream too on Facebook. The coverage is getting out to the same people. I think Facebook's shadow banning the algorithm. Wouldn't surprise me. This is Easium this morning. It's 8:53 a.m. Yeah, Reg, if you ignore them, they'll spiral out, and then they'll switch topics, and then I'll try a different one. Aftermath of Russian strikes in Izium. So here's some video out of Izium. So just saw some pictures. Just went through some photos. Showed you guys where the city is. Izium. And now here's video. Russian shelling in Izium. This is now. So now we're in the section of. This is the time of night where we're in the now. Okay. So this is all coming out now. We were just in a. How long is the stream been going? 2 hours and 16 minutes. We've been kind of going over recap and things, learning about what a thermobaric missile was, what a hypersonic missile was, and now we're in the these are videos that are coming out now. We're in the here and now part. All right, want to make sure that's known. This is about that time of night. All right, no longer recap. Currently in the here and now. All right, so I just refreshed again. Refresh again. Okay, this is Kharkiv. Let's go back still, though, because I was going to get into the Izium video. Thermobaric weapon. Okay, this video came out of Mariupol this morning with a Tesla. And now here's a video of Izium. There we go. Then we got to go look at a video from Kharkiv. So now this is all coming out now Sunday morning. These are clips. These are clips that are coming out, but this is Sunday morning, March 20th. We're now on Sunday as well. It's 1:55 a.m. here in the United States, at least here in Minnesota. So it is now Sunday for us as well. But these videos came out a few hours ago. Maybe an hour or two ago, where the sun position is.
Один человек погиб, раненых нет.
Look at that.
Вот он, русский мир, господа.
The town destroyed.
Авианалетом. Ни одной единицы военной техники не было. Только мирное население.
Look at the crater. Whatever town that is, it's gone.
Раненых нет. Вот он, русский мир, господа. Бомбили авианалетом. Ни одной единицы военной техники не было. Только мирное население. Один человек погиб.
That's Easium. Let's continue scrolling back up now. There's a video out of Kharkiv. As a result of the shelling of the industrial district of Kharkiv, 5 civilians were killed, including a 9-year-old boy. In Saltivka, Kharkiv.
Пипец, дедушкина машина. Вот это огромный снаряд.
No fez.
Пипец, дедушкина машина. Вот это огромный снаряд. Пипец, дедушкина машина. Вот это огромный снаряд. Пипец, дедушкина.
Ukraine temporarily bans activities of 11 pro-Russia parties. The National Security and Defense Council suspended activities of 11 pro-Russian political parties, including opposition platform, for life until martial law is lifted. And then I can translate this now. I found this when we were going through the... I think I can. No, it's all Russian wording. No, I struggled with this part yesterday and annoyed everyone. I've gotten this far where I can take the text from the pictures and get the text, but I don't have the Russian keyboard set to translate this. So I'm not even gonna... But I found out how I can do this. I need to look into it further on how I can take images, because like obviously this is a picture, but I can get all the text from it off of it. Right there, and then now here's all the text from that picture. And I need to take it a step further and learn how to get all this translated. It doesn't work just to translate it to English, because this is written in, there's Russian, there's like the number 3. That doesn't properly translate some of these words. These are these letters. So I'm going to work on that a little further to be able to do that. Give me about another day or two to work through that. This one translates it for me, thank you. Former Ukrainian People's Deputy Oleg Tsarev, who arrived in Ukraine with the Russian troops, turned to Yuri and Alexander Vikol, who are now head of the Kryvyi Rog, and invited them to cooperate with Russian army. I'm not understanding what that means. Former Ukrainian People's Deputy Oleg Tsarev, who arrived in Ukraine with the Russian troops. Oh, so Russia's installing their pro-Russia politicians. I did use the Google. It done that. I did that yesterday and it didn't work. And y'all were like, "You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong." It doesn't. Hold on. I know that. Watch. Here, I'll show you step by step. Search the web for image. Got it. Got the text. All C. Okay. Now let's get away from Bing. I'm gonna go to Google. I'm gonna go to translate. What is it? Do you think it's in Ukrainian? It auto detects anyway, so even if it's not Russian, it'll fix it if it's not. It doesn't translate it properly because it's not properly getting the. Yeah, this again. I was probably doing it wrong. Look at, what am I doing wrong with it? This again. Thank you, Jody. The those that were here last night. I'm telling y'all, it's because they, off of this thing, I don't think they properly translate the letters into this text. Set it to auto translate. Okay. I'm glad we're here together. I was a little bit baked when I was doing this yesterday, but I'm still showing you the same thing. Translate from. No. Auto translates at the top, right? Detect language. There you go. It says Hawaiian was detected. That's not true. I'm not copying correctly. It's changing the characters, I know. So I need a new software. If we can get a different software that translates that can get text from pictures. The Bing one isn't very good. Let's do this. Detect language, right? It doesn't work. Y'all think it's me. This is the same problem we had yesterday. Same exact issue. We just need a different software. And we'll be able to translate all the pictures. Video out of Kharkiv. What is this here? Or, okay. The language being used by some of these some of these Ukrainian accounts is not good. Assets affiliated with Russia in the amount of almost $3 billion were found in financial institutions of the Bahamas, according to the Central Bank of the island state. Here's an update on the Bahamas. Oh, I need to use the Chrome one? Okay, listen, for the next stream, I'll get Chrome set up. I'm using Microsoft Edge for all this, for the translating the pages and all that. I'll dive into Google Chrome. All right. I'm not using Google Chrome right now. This is Edge. I actually like Edge. But I will 100% dive into those and all the plugins I need to do and get in on that for the next stream. So I'll have Chrome all set up. Soviet gulags and secret cities return, or were they ever really gone? What is this? Russian occupiers this was 12 hours ago. Russian occupiers forcibly move thousands of Mariupol residents to Russia. Women and children being taken to camps. Oh yeah. No, I haven't been using Chrome at all this entire time. I'll get it though. When I tell you guys that listen, okay. All right, do I need to tell the story? Quick story for you. I had no intention of being a content creator. Real quick, 2-second story. I had no intention of being a journalist or doing this. I stumbled upon it during the riots in Minneapolis, and I've gone from there. So I am not up to date and have a complete setup with all the proper things that I need. 100% not. I was in school to become an addiction counselor, and I had like the basics. I didn't spend time on the computer like this. So this is the most I've ever spent on the computer. So I'm learning. I promise I'll get up to par, but I'm definitely not there. I know. 5 killed, including 1 kid in Kharkiv as a result of the night Russian shelling. 5 killed, including 1 kid in Kharkiv as a result of night Russian shelling. Kharkiv is over here. We got an update from John. I wonder if we're going to get a diary update. Kharkiv, next to the border. Hey, at least we got a second monitor going, so I don't have to sit and fumble with the images all the time. I got it up on my computer. Or excuse me, I got it up on my TV now. When I get my next place, I'll actually have a big desk and have 2 monitors and a big setup, so it'll be way easier. Right now I'm stuck in a little room. All right, continuing on. Video of Russian 4-post RUCAV strikes on Ukrainian targets. No location given. It's from RT. So this is a Russian side of the conflict video. Appreciate that, Matt. Thank you, Donna. Rhonda, thank you. Tracy, thank you. All right, continuing on. Time will show that China is on the right side of history, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. He says that China has always been in favor of maintaining peace and resisting war, and it opposes any unfounded accusations and suspicions against China. It's like doublespeak. China has said it intends to maintain an independent stance in Ukraine. At the same time, the head of China called on the United States to admit mistakes and reconsider its policy. The PRC considers sanctions against Russia to be an aggravating factor in world politics. Definitely doublespeak. China has said it intends to maintain an independent stance, while also saying that the head of China called on the United States to admit mistakes and reconsider its policy. Oh. Doublespeak from China. Nothing new there. We can check and see if we have any live feeds up. We're going to be going for a while still, y'all. Only 2.5 hours in. There's another 1420 video we can watch too. Do Russians expect the World War III? So we gotta tune into as many of these independent Russian YouTube channels before YouTube's gone in Russia. And a couple of the channels that aren't Russian media, or Russian state media, have been doing a good job just talking to everyday Russians, and so we can get an inside look of what Russians feel, what their opinions are, what the vibe is in Russia, because there's no way to find out, truly. Even, I mean, he's doing the best he can, this 1420 channel, but even answers that the interviewees are giving, he has to censor their answers for them so they don't get the interviewees in trouble. They can't say war. They can't say war. They can't say that Russia's at war. They have to say special military operation. They're frequently censored. We'll see now. And we've seen since the beginning of the war, over time, more and more interviewees are being increasingly protectedly censored. He's censoring them for their protection. So let's see how far it's evolved and what they have to say. Do Do Russians expect a World War III? He's done a pretty good job of talking to a wide age range too, so we can get a grasp of how the young civilians in Russia are feeling and the elderly. 1420 YouTube channel.
Знаете ли вы новую мировую войну?
Нет.
Нет. Почему?
Ну это бессмысленно.
Эпоха, война. Воевать уже это прошлый век.
Типа, это ни для кого не выгодно.
Наверное.
Да. Нет. Не вижу предпосылок.
Мне кажется, нет. Нет, какие-то провокационные вопросы мне нельзя.
Я оптимист и очень надеюсь, что до этого дела не дойдет.
Не будет ничего.
К сожалению. К сожалению, да.
Потому что геополитические вещи к этому располагают.
Я думаю, что нет. Это выйдет боком абсолютно всем. Это очень мягко сказано. Но то, что ожесточенные конфликты есть, да, их никто не отменял.
Я больше склоняюсь нет, потому что очень хочется надеяться, что это министерство скоро закончится.
Я считаю, что это недопустимо. Люди в 2021 веке.
Hey, members on YouTube, could you just drop some comments real quick? Members on YouTube, check in. I'm going to be adding a couple mods to the chat. We got some wild trolls on the loose. We just need to clean it up.
Не должны воевать друг с другом. Как минимум, потому что никакая смерть не может быть оправдана никакими политическими ценностями. Без шуток, на самом деле, да. В свете последних...
This is in Russia. I'll turn it back a little bit. These are just civilians in Russia, and he's interviewing them, asking them, do Russians expect the World War III? This is what he's asking them. All right.
Наверное.
Да. Нет. Не вижу предпосылок.
Мне кажется, нет. Нет, какие-то провокационные вопросы мне нельзя.
Я оптимист и очень надеюсь, что до этого дела не дойдет.
Не будет ничего.
Да. К сожалению. К сожалению, да.
Потому что геополитические вещи к этому располагают.
Я думаю, что нет. Это выйдет боком абсолютно всем. Это очень мягко сказано. Но то, что ожесточенные конфликты есть, да, их никто не отменял.
Я больше склоняюсь нет, потому что очень хочется надеяться, что это министерство скоро закончится.
Я считаю, что это недопустимо. Люди в 2021 веке не должны воевать друг с другом. Как минимум, потому что никакая смерть не может быть оправдана никакими политическими ценностями. Без шуток, на самом деле, да. В свете последних ситуаций и...
Как обычно бывает на стороне. По кочану и маленькой кочерышке.
Это так проще объяснить. Надеюсь на худшее, конечно, да. Хочется лучшего все-таки. Если начнется мировая война, ведь плохо будет всем. Ну, не только тем, кто запустит, не только, точнее, на кого запустят, а и те, кто запустит боеголовки. И если начнется мировая война, это будет абсолютный крах цивилизации всей, на всей планете. Ожидаете ли вы новую мировую войну?
Нет, учитывая, что НАТО не собирается лезть, Байден вроде, несмотря на деменцию, не собирается лезть, поэтому нет.
Нет.
Почему?
Я считаю, что придут компромиссы между Украиной и Российской Федерацией.
Честно скажу, думаю, то, что до новой мировой войны прям не дойдет. То, что нет, не ожидаю.
Ну, а до чего дойдет?
Я не знаю. Я все-таки надеюсь, что стороны конфликта смогут договориться и все будет нормально.
Нет, не ожидаю. Почему?
Потому что Запад хоть и, скажем так, любит лезть в чужие дела, он не рискнет соваться. Назовем это ущемить свои интересы. Все-таки война не выгодна никому, а если она ведется, то она кому-то обязательно должна быть выгодна. Так что все останется вот такой позиционной, так сказать, ситуации.
Нет. Почему? Ну, я не думаю, что все так разрешится. Вообще сейчас сложно прогнозировать, очевидно, и я уж явно не обладаю теми компетенциями. Не то, чего нужно ожидать. Я не говорю, что в правительстве нашей страны и чужих стран сидят умные люди очень, которые смогут всегда договориться. Ну, хотя нет, в нашей стране, конечно, очень достойно уважения как минимум.
Нет.
А почему так думаете?
А много умных людей, которым это неинтересно, так сказать, эта война. Сейчас все вот настроены мирно. Это радикалы, которые там вот на Украине и в других местах. Им надо, а их очень мало. Просто они сейчас у власти. И поэтому они, так сказать, будоражат наше, так сказать, настроение. Из-за этого и цены поднялись, так сказать. Но это все временно. Пройдет, вот летом уже, я думаю, все успокоится.
А возможно ли
He thinks until summer.
новая мировая война?
Полная.
Почему?
Ну, уже достаточно
зависит теперь от психики людей. Теоретически да, но практически я очень сомневаюсь.
Мне кажется, возможно.
Почему так думаете?
Ну, я чувствую это. Вот я вижу по обстановке, что вокруг происходит. Я прежде всего вижу, как к нам относятся зарубежные страны, какую ненависть вызвала вся вот эта ситуация. Я просто потрясена. Я даже не ожидала, что настолько у них будет такая реакция, чтобы они так сопротивлялись, чтобы такая была помощь Запада со всех сторон. Я просто удивлена вообще, что они в Украине для них какой-то полигон испытательный. Зачем они ей помогают? Это внутренние отношения между Россией и Украиной. Почему они такую помощь им оказывают? Что они хотят? Может быть, они тоже какое-то свое оружие испытывают? Это возмутительно.
Возможно ли новая мировая война?
Теоретически нет, а практически не знаю. Но во всяком случае не наша инициатива будет.
Ну так
Да.
она уже.
Да?
Нет, разве?
Ждали ж мы ее много лет. Тут еще же проверяли уже года 2, как эту хрень в центре, да. Нет, в смысле воздушная тревога, вот эта вся ебатория. 2 года тут проверяли, она вся икала всю 2 года. Ну, неважно, но да, мы готовились. Да, и коньки точили, да. Вообще мы всех победим.
All right. 1420 video. Do Russians expect World War III? There's another one he did. We can watch this one. What do Russians think about NATO? So here's Russian opinions on NATO, video from a couple days ago, if you haven't seen this. Again, I'm not sure how long the Russian YouTube channels are going to exist for. The biggest YouTuber in Russia already left. He left it on his own, but as far as YouTube existing, I'm not sure for how much longer.
Оно есть. Точка.
Ладно, пойдем. А НАТО? Ничего не думаю. Старайся не думать.
Стараюсь не думать о НАТО. Да ничего не думаю. Военный альянс.
Просто не знаете вообще, что это?
Да, мне неинтересно.
НАТО, что отличная организация, но Украине там не надо быть. И нам там не надо быть.
В связи с текущими реалиями не хочется высказываться ни на одну из политических тем.
Я считаю, что действия НАТО в отношении России являются неправомерными. Ну, то есть они уже давно перешли грань того, что можно делать. И, я так понимаю, вопрос будет про то нападение России на Украину. Я считаю, что эта военная операция является закономерным исходом тех событий, которые происходили между Россией и НАТО последние несколько лет.
А НАТО, думаю, отрицательно. То, что НАТО приближается к России.
Что вы думаете о НАТО?
Привет. Что я думаю? Я о НАТО вообще стараюсь не думать. Мне кажется, это... У меня есть какие-то текущие вещи, о которых я больше думаю, о людях, которые живут, о своих друзьях, о своих близких. Поэтому о НАТО я как-то совсем не думал.
Это организация, союз стран, вооружений и так далее. То есть ничего такого особо негативного нет.
Мы думаем о НАТО.
Альянс.
Североатлантический, не знаю. То, что конкурирует с Россией. Оно же создано было изначально для сдерживания российских сил.
То есть его расширение опасно для России?
Не то, что опасно. В теории, да. Но конкуренция заметна, разумеется. Для этого и было создано.
So we make videos in Moscow, and this is the building behind me, where average Moscow citizen lives. Let me show you very quick what's inside of it. So it's around 4 apartments on 1 floor. This and this. Let's go.
I'll shrink myself down so I'm not covering up the whole translation. My bad. If I was blocking the whole translation, I apologize.
So it's around 4 apartments on 1 floor. This and this. Let's go. This is the elevator. how it looks. Let's see. Let's get to the second floor. It's kind of small. So we're on the second floor. There's 4 apartments. 2 on this side and 2 on that side. Yeah, see? It says 2 right here. It even has flowers right there. This is how regular Moscow citizens live. It's not how regular Russian people live. If you want to learn more how regular Russian people live, you gotta check the channel BlackSeaNews. He makes videos about like life of Russian people under the sanctions, gasoline prices, groceries prices. You know, gotta check them out. It's very interesting. I used to watch his videos. So Sergey, after the chat.
What channel is that? What channel? Hold on.
He makes videos about like life of Russian people under the sanctions, gasoline prices, groceries prices. You know, gotta check them out. It's very interesting. I used to watch his videos. So Sergey, after the channel, showed different stories of Russian people on his channel. And for example, one of his previous videos was about a guy whose parents drink a lot of alcohol. And Sergey helped him to get out of this situation. You gotta check the channel, it's very interesting. Different stories of different Russian people under the sanctions. Let's go, link in the description.
Как считаете, его расширение опасно для России?
Да, мне кажется.
Да? Думаю, нет. В теории, возможно, да, но сейчас точно нет.
Смотря на что готово пойти Россия, смотря что потребует НАТО.
Я считаю, что оно не так опасно, как мы считаем. Расширение НАТО является угрозой для России?
Да, потому что НАТО уже не раз вводило против России санкции, и, скорее всего, если она расширится и у нее будут какие-то... в общем, у нее будет возможность разместить ядерное оружие поближе к России, и это явно нехорошо.
Ну, я не могу сказать точно, потому что в политике не разбираюсь. Надеюсь на знания и ум наших президентов.
Thank you, Ralph.
Товарищи, которые в Госдуме заседают. Ну, хочется верить, что...
Yeah, this is 1420, interviewing Russians on how they feel about NATO expansion.
Делают они правильно.
Без понятия, я не знаю контекст, но как бы, наш солнцеликий, он говорит, что да, но я не знаю.
Расширение НАТО опасно для России?
Опасно.
Угу. Почему?
Потому что НАТО создавалось как противовес организации Варшавского договора. Организация Варшавского договора уже существует, а НАТО есть, как бы, поэтому я считаю, что опасно.
Я сейчас не очень понимаю, как это может быть опасно, потому что, ну, насколько я помню, бюджет, допустим, Германии уже превышает бюджет на оборонку России. Мы давно не в этой гонке, и я не вижу здесь перспектив даже пытаться туда приблизиться, ну, если как-то не жертвовать экономическими интересами, существенно ими жертвовать.
Опасно ли его расширение для России?
Для России? Не знаю, смотря что Вова придумал сейчас в голове. Я думаю, что нет. Если смогут за стол переговоров сесть и руки друг другу пожать, то ничего опасного не будет.
Это долгосрочная перспектива. Если даже это опасно, то это не грозило бы нам ничем в ближайшие 10-20. И текущие действия наших властей, возможно, преждевременны и слишком радикальны.
Расширение в любом случае опасно, потому что НАТО в любом случае находится не под действием России.
NATO moved his boundary to limits and your boundaries in a boundary of the Russia. I think NATO must back its boundary on west.
Возможен ли конфликт между Россией и НАТО?
Возможно, но надеюсь, что он не будет. Все-таки хватит мудрости у политиков. Я считаю, что компромисс можно всегда найти. Главное, если у кого-то гордости хватит с обеих сторон сесть за стол переговоров.
Да, всегда компромисс. Для этого политика и существует, мне кажется, чтобы искать компромисс.
Компромисс, конечно, возможен, естественно.
Ну, я склоняюсь к тому, что компромисс все-таки.
Конфликт все-таки неизбежен.
Так он уже есть.
Конфликт уже есть. Он прямо сейчас происходит. На наших глазах.
Ну, как считаете, решится он или нет?
На мой взгляд, все только усугубится в ближайшее время. Как бы хочется быть оптимистом, но читая новости, как бы складывается впечатление, что все только усугубляется, ухудшается, и каких-то позитивных изменений не предвидится в ближайшее время.
Я думаю, что сейчас уже есть конфликт, и он уже состоялся. Другой вопрос, что любые конфликты нужно решать всегда договорным путем, и чтобы выиграли обе стороны. И это должно быть достаточно жестко задокументировано, потому что ни та, ни другая сторона, к сожалению, сейчас не оказалась компетентной. В результате идут очень тяжелые травматические события во всем мире, которые не только физически угрожают всему миру, но и будут очень серьезные экономические последствия везде. Не только на этих территориях, но и даже на тех территориях, которые кажутся очень далеки, например, какая-нибудь Новая Зеландия. Потому что вот такой слом жесткий, он не может не вызвать никакой реакции. И всегда нужно договариваться. Всегда.
Как по мне, сейчас наоборот идет на затишье, потому что уже нет никакого варианта вступления в НАТО от Украины, и все равно идет, на мой взгляд, надежда, что есть на признание областей.
А возможен ли компромисс или конфликт неизбежен между Россией и НАТО?
We make arrange in this question if treaty organization moves his boundary back.
Хотелось бы верить, что вообще вопрос так не будет стоять, потому что вопрос о конфликте уже приближает нас к чему-то неизбежному. Вот. Я бы даже не ставил сейчас так вопрос о каких-то возможных конфликтах, потому что верю, что сейчас 2022 год, мир очень близкий и связи очень близкие, у нас нет идеологического противостояния, поэтому я думаю, что все будет хорошо.
So, varying opinions from Russians. Apparently we have a Kyiv live feed with audio now. We do. Sounds like it's in a can. $9:28. This is live in Kyiv. Is there a better camera? This is the first one we get of the day. We have a live feed of Kyiv now. They don't run live feeds all night long anymore. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. This is a live feed in Kyiv now. Let's do a viewer check-in. Comment where you're tuned in from, what city, what state, where in the world you're watching from. I'm Andriy Mercado from Mercado Media. This is a pretty good feed. Comment where you guys are watching from. This is live. Sacramento, California, Lithuania tuned in. Tulsa, Oklahoma, Chicago, Pennsylvania. We got Australia tuned in. I walked away from the stream. We lost nearly 200 viewers for a sec. Thank you for doing such a good job on keeping us informed. I'm so glad I found your channel. Thanks, AZZ. Thank you guys for keeping up the super chats, the super stickers, and the stars. I was able to donate $1,000 into the IRC. And every month I plan to continue donating. So thank you guys for supporting the channel. Arizona, Texas, Lufkin, Texas is tuned in. Small Hole in Minnesota, East Texas, Eugene, Oregon. Western New York, Dublin, Ireland this morning. Rochester, New York. Edmonton, how you doing? Albuquerque, New Mexico. We got Nanticoke, Pennsylvania, North Queensland, Australia. Watching from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Long Beach, California, Bemidji, Minnesota, Seattle. Thank you, Mod Esme. Puerto Rico. Augusta, Kansas, Minnesota. Also on Facebook, share the stream. Hit ! Notify in the chat so you guys never miss a stream. Mariupol City Council, as part of the residents of the city being forcefully moved to Russia. They have their Ukrainian passports taken away and are given a piece of paper that has no legal weight. They're not recognized in the entire Western world. That's from the Mariupol City Council. We got France tuned in, Duluth, Minnesota tuned in. Watching from Space Station. I'm streaming live from Minnesota. Alaska's tuned in. I lived there for nearly 4 years. Last night, Iran backed... Okay, that's not Ukraine. More destroyed Russian equipment, including several trucks, a BMD-2 and a BTRD. And this stream just has terrible audio. I'm gonna mute that right now. We'll learn what thermobaric weapons are. That's the residents of Mariupol. About them, the camps. Mariupol's down here on our map. There's Mariupol. Mariupol this morning, if you haven't seen it. This is what Mariupol looks like. They got a Tesla in the picture. Just type in Mariupol. We're going to be live a little later today again. I'm not tired. I didn't sleep at all yet. It's the other thing too, guys. I didn't sleep at all yesterday. I went to bed at, when I went to bed at 5 p.m. And then the stream's supposed to start at 9. Oof, that's 24 hours awake and then 5 hours of sleep. So I'm gonna do better about trying to get to sleep immediately after the stream's over, but it's hard for me. And then yesterday was just a day where I was awake through the whole day, and it happens like that sometimes. I regret it after it, but I have no control. I can't sleep sometimes. More on Mariupol. I'm not seeing any new updates. Just from an hour ago. Officials say art school uses a shelter bombed by Russians. That's old news now. Nothing new on Mariupol. Russian airstrike hits school where 400 Mariupol residents hid. On March 20th. So this came out right this morning. A Mariupol school sheltering 400 Ukrainian civilians was hit by a Russian airstrike on Saturday, the Mariupol City Council said on Sunday morning. The city said that the art school was the hiding place of women, children, and the elderly. The building was destroyed and the shelter is still under the rubble, making it difficult to determine the status of the civilians hiding at this time. Every war criminal must be held accountable for his crimes against humanity against the people of Mariupol, the city council said in a statement. The city also alleged on Sunday that Russian forces were transferring Mariupol residents to Russia or to Donbass. The Mariupol City Council claims that those are being transferred have their Ukrainian passports confiscated and are being issued new identification papers. Appreciate everything you do. Thank you, Maria. This picture is from the 17th of March. Where's the an art school? What's up with that? Art school in Mariupol. Russia-Ukraine war latest on the bomb attack on Mariupol art school sheltering 400. People are still under the rubble of destroyed G12 art school. Mariupol civilians being sent to Russia against their will. This is updated 24 minutes ago. In a statement posted on the Telegram channels of Mariupol Council and the Ukrainian Verkhnova Rada, the council said women, children, and elderly people were inside and are, quote, are still under the rubble of the destroyed G12 art school in the city's left bank district. The number of casualties is unclear. The message accused Russians of committing war crimes, echoing President Zelensky's earlier video address. In his late-night broadcast, Zelensky said the siege of Mariupol would, quote, go down in history of the responsibility for war crimes. To do this peacefully is a terror that will be remembered for centuries to come. The Guardian has not independently verified the claim of the bombing. U.S. News. Russian forces bomb art school at Mariupol housing 400 refugees. Reuters couldn't verify it. Washington Post officials say arts... No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I need to get the plug-in too. There's a Chrome plug-in. I can stop those. Russia-Ukraine updates. Russia bombs Mariupol art school sheltering 400. All from the Reuters update. This is coming out of AP now. 14 minutes ago, this was posted. Authorities in a besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol say that the Russian military has bombed an art school where about 400 people had taken refuge. This is a breaking news update. Local authorities said Sunday that the school building was destroyed and people could remain under the rubble. There was no immediate word on casualties. Russian forces on Wednesday also bombed a theater in Mariupol where civilians took shelter. The authorities said 130 people were rescued, but many more could remain under the debris. Mariupol, a strategic port in the Azov Sea, has been encircled by Russian troops, cut off from energy, food, and water supplies, and faced a relentless bombardment. Mariupol, right here. It's been completely cut off from the rest of Ukraine, and it's continuing getting bombed. And now an art school. That's the drama theater from Wednesday. Thank you for the time and effort you put into provide us with the continued updates. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Fahrenheit 451. So this was geo-confirmed. We're waiting to hear more on that. Waiting to hear more on this Mariupol art school. This is just coming out right now. Mariupol art school used as a shelter bombed by Russians. This is coming out this morning. I just refreshed the articles. There's more and more. Now CNBC is talking about it. All right. Mariupol Art School. Used as a shelter, bombed by Russians. 400 Mariupol residents are hid there. Big fights over Mariupol. These are Chechen forces, so these are Chechens that are fighting on the side of Russia. This is combat footage. This is a conflict going on in the city of Mariupol.
Снайперу! Его снаряд на улице мотора! Снайперу хаячу! А? Снайперу за моеха! Ловила герса! Снайперу шо хаячу! Снайперу он тихо.
So heavy fighting in Mariupol. Waiting to hear more about that. Almost 600 high-rise buildings have been destroyed in Kharkiv. That's up here. Yeah, those are the Chechen forces for Russia. They have the white bands on. Since the beginning of the war, 115 children were killed and more than 140 children were wounded. Waiting for more. We need to hear more about this art school. Officials say art school was used as a shelter bombed by Russians. I gotta go to this. Hold on. In Mariupol, children and the elderly are dying. The city is destroyed and is wiped off the face of the earth. So while we're waiting for more on that, news from Patron. Since the beginning, I'm guessing that's Patreon. Since the beginning of the war, Ukrainian militant dog and SES sappers have cleared almost 90 explosive devices. Sappers. Anybody a sapper in the chat? Our drill sergeant was a sapper. Been in the army. Wow, little doggo. Look at the little guy with his vest on. Whoever said lap dogs couldn't be. Got a little up armored vest for the little thing. Yeah, sapper is an engineer. I should say that. My bad. A sapper is a combat engineer. It's a specialized. It's a specialized school you have to go to in the Army, though. The U.S. Army. You got to go to sapper school. It's like specialized training, specialized combat engineer training. You get a badge and everything for it. So they have little lap dogs for combat engineer dogs. Lapdog with the vest on. A sign we may be seeing an evolution into a stalled phase. So here's a look at what the Russian trenches are looking like. I can't believe they're putting this on TikTok. Look at this is the Russian, what their trenches look like. Some of those fighting positions are really some people went all out for their fighting positions. Using some concealment and a roof. When we built our little group in the section we had in our field training exercises, I always made the best fighting hole. The best foxhole. No, that's the other thing. It doesn't help. Continuously have to remind that the UAV is like 4K now. You can zoom in and see everyone laying in those. Yeah, I mean it's effective against ground forces, fighting in those fighting positions. But when you have the capabilities now of a drone just looking at you and can zoom in and see your face from the sky and then call an airstrike on you. No, it's a little different. Russians again bombed. So this is coming out of Ukraine world. You Russians again bombed shelter of civilians in Mariupol with the art school. No. Number 12. Art school number 12. So we're waiting for more now. 400 were taking shelter in this art school in Mariupol, and it was hit. I'm not sure if it was hit this morning, if it was hit overnight, but the news is coming out now about it. So it's all been breaking in the last few minutes. We've been sitting here waiting. Mariupol Art School. 12? That's not it. We need to defer to Discord. Is WizKid on our amazing Discord server to find the geolocation of the school? What do we got here? Old video. People have this backwards. It's not. It's backwards. The company, Russia's been doing those type of rallies for nearly 10 years now. Putin's been doing those patriot rallies for 10 years. Damn near now. Doing this shit. The company next to Epic will direct all revenue generated from one of the world's most popular computer games, Fortnite. Oh, so Epic Games is going to direct all revenue generated by Fortnite players from March 20th to April 3rd for humanitarian aid. So if you play Fortnite, if you play Fortnite, any revenue that Epic is getting from it is going to go straight to humanitarian aid. Assets affiliated with Russia in the amount of almost $3 billion were found in the financial institutions of the Bahamas, according to the central bank of the island state. Switzerland is ready to mediate or hold negotiations. This was stated by the president of the Confederation speaking at a rally in Bern under the slogan, "Solidarity with Ukraine, Stop the War." Still waiting to hear more on this. I need to switch over to my other. Still waiting to hear more about the school hit. Mariupol city council reported that Russian troops yesterday dropped a bomb on an art school in the Levo-Berenzi district where about 400 residents, women, children, and elderly people were hiding. The building was destroyed. There are still civilians under the rubble. Optimism for this story. I need water. Optimism we can have. Oh my goodness. Is we were concerned about the drama theater that was hit on Wednesday, and the civilians were hiding under it. There were shelters underneath the building. I'm hoping that there was a shelter underneath this building. This is more residents than there were at that drama theater. 400 residents. I really hope there was an underground shelter. There was one at the drama theater where everyone immediately assumed the worst until that news had broke. Mariupol resident, people were treated in a beastly way. We were just like manipulated cannon fodder. They were launching backfire from courtyards with tanks, machine guns. I can say with utmost confidence that it was the AZOV men that caused 85% of the damage to the city. Russia claims Ukraine responsible for most of the damage to its own city. Russia propaganda, Russia government official. So Russia's bombing Ukrainian cities, and then they're putting people on camera saying that it's Ukraine doing it. Just false flag interviews. Russia's bombing all of these cities, especially Mariupol. This is how they got hold of the Donbas. This is what they did to get the Donbas region. And how did they get the Donbas? Shit like this. And then they're blaming everything on that Azov battalion. That's their rallying cry because of the inept Ukraine military in 2014 that let all the far right groups in. And then Russia's been using that as their propaganda to invade the entire country, saying that that is what the Ukraine government is. When they just held elections and only 2% of the vote was the far right fringe. Only 2% of the vote for the country. But Russia bolstered that Azov battalion from 2014 as the reason for invading, and any civilian that they get on camera, they're getting them to say the Azov battalion. I had people right away. I had people that Russia propaganda works dude, it works way good. Their military's terrible. Their tactics are awful. Their propaganda is number one. Not trying to, not simping for it, but it works. I had people that I knew from the protests messaging me, bro, this is Ukraine being judged. This is judgment for Ukraine, for the Nazism in Ukraine. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is judgment for Ukraine. I'm like, what? Russian propaganda, dude. It works. Yet Americans, the same Americans that are being duped by the Russian propaganda, that are like, oh, there's just Ukraine's far right Nazis. Those same exact Americans that are getting duped by this Russian propaganda will fraternize with those type of people in the United States. They'll fraternize with far right individuals because they're American. It's such a mindfuck, isn't it, guys? Just such an elaborate mind scheme. In Russia, that's their only fighting factor they have is this propaganda. All right. What is this here now? Federation Council, the Russian Federation posted a recording of. There is about 11,000 such comments. What? The Federation Council. So we verified a fake video or a scene that was spliced into the Russian patriotism rally yesterday, or the pro-war rally that they had held in Moscow, and they had spliced old video into their presentation. Shout out to our Discord server for the hard work helping out with that. But we had verified that they had indeed used old video from the year prior. And even other parts of the video from their rally included people had masks on in the crowd. Putin's jacket was different in a couple spots. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, good morning. I don't know what this is yet. I don't want to dive into it. If the Federation Council, the Russian Federation, posted a recording of... This is more from that rally. We had people going nuts trying to find all of the spliced in video that isn't current in this. not understanding the context in the comments. Can we translate some of these? It's calling out the comments on this video. People who have written comments against the war, thank you for being there. In these tragic days of complete despair and shame, you give us hope. Oh, so these are comments calling out the war. Can you guys see? I'm going to move this. Translate. Putting a Z on yourself and singing "Come for Peace, Be Damned." Oh yeah, all these comments are calling it out. I love listening to lies by looking in the eye, especially when I know the truth. This is on the Russian video on YouTube. YouTube ain't gonna last long in Russia. How can an intelligent person support war against civilians, the death of children, women? Yeah, so you translate all these comments on here. They're all calling them out. Breaking. Terror group Hezbollah has tried to recruit Israeli citizens. So, this is going on in Israel. Not even tracking that at all. This Aleph account's retweeting other news. It's making it onto our Ukraine war coverage timeline. What is this? Turkish foreign minister said that Moscow and Kyiv have converged on important issues, including critical ones. Like what? Like what? They haven't came together on anything. Russia's RIA Novosti reports that Russia is attacking Ukraine not only from the Black Sea, but also from the Caspian Sea with its missiles. It's over here, correct? Yep. No, a little geography. So here's the Caspian Sea. Black Sea. Ukraine. Ukrainian UAV video showing Ukrainian artillery strikes on Russian vehicles. More video coming out. Yes, they do have mines in the Black Sea. They have placed mines there. Good morning, Sandra. Yes, Russia is reporting some of their strikes now, but not in cities. It's all open farmland and fields. 3:05 in the morning. Let's do a viewer check-in. Comment where you're tuning in from, what city, what state, where in the world you guys are watching from. I am Andrew Mercado from Mercado Media Productions. We were live on Facebook and YouTube, tuned into the Ukraine war. Here's the latest: Mariupol. Violent fighting, clashing. Mariupol's cut off. There's some reports that Mariupol's been taken now. Some reports that it hasn't. We'll wait to hear more. Wait through the weekend. Central Pennsylvania, Detroit here. But they've been completely cut off of food, water, energy supplies. Their civilians are being evacuated straight into the Donbas from Russia or into Russia. And then they're getting their passports taken away, their cell phones taken away. They're given a bogus document and then sent out into random cities in Russia, dispersed. So if they haven't taken Mariupol yet, they're going to. Saw an article a few hours ago that it already said that Mariupol had fallen. So I guess we'll wait for official Ukraine reports from the Ukraine accounts. But it's not looking good for Mariupol staying in Ukrainian hands. Edmonton, Canada's tuned in. How you doing? United Kingdom, welcome. Just joined. Thank you so much, Bella. San Francisco, California's tuned in. How you doing? Thanks for your channel. Found you every day. Thank you so much, Mindful. How long will I be live? I'm thinking about another hour or two. I've only been live for 3.5 hours. I'm usually live for 6. Might need to send out a notification when we get morning time. Get some morning viewers that we usually don't get. Central City, Kentucky. They do need help. All right, let's check the Twitter. Not seeing anything from John yet. No. Nothing from John. Also, well, I should have said it earlier, but starting this week, I need 2 days off, especially to get my living situation updated. So Tuesdays, and I'm going to write this on Twitter as well, so you guys can see it written and repin it and repin my new schedule. But Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be off. All right, just Tuesdays and Thursdays from now on. Tuesday night, Thursday night, I might stream video games or other content. I need another day. It'll make this content better, I promise, so it won't be so scramble-brained. So that means Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday coverage. Tuesday, Thursday off. We'll be doing other things those 2 days. It'll help me get to, there's teacher protests. There's teacher strikes going on in the Twin Cities. Big ones. That'll help me get to other news that I've been missing out on or neglecting because of this war coverage. So Tuesday night, Thursday night, likely going to stream video games those nights. Something different. Get to bed early and wake up. Tuesday, Thursday. From here on out, alright, chat? What if something happens when you're off? If something breaking happens, then I will go live. If something breaking happens during those days off, or like Kyiv is being sieged or something, or the Ukrainians are completely rid Russia of troops in their country, like if there's a big event, I will go live. That goes for even when I'm not live. So say tomorrow there's a big event happens during the daytime when I'm not scheduled to go live at 9 p.m. I will go live. I'll just have to be waking up. So this is just a nightly news that we're doing now to cover everything that we might have missed from the day prior, and also include the morning breaking news. But this is very much, if something happens seriously, I will go live when it happens. That's how this started. That's how this coverage started on the 24th of February. It was happening, and I just went live. So it's become a nightly thing now. Still waiting for updates in Mariupol. It's become a nightly thing now, and I'm blessed to have you guys all. In the moment, children in a Spanish kindergarten meet a refugee boy from Ukraine. Alright, it's a TikTok, so it could be anything. Still nothing new to update on the 400 that are under the art school in Mariupol. Bomb attack. Mariupol art school. 57 minutes ago. We got an update 21 minutes ago. Nothing new to that. 22 minutes ago, there are a few more updates on the specific attacks and recent casualties. The Guardian has not independently verified these. According to the Kyiv Independent, 3 people were killed in Rubzin, including 2 children. The outlet cited Luhansk Oblast governor, saying that in the last 24 hours, 24 houses and apartment buildings were destroyed. The Interfax Ukraine news agency reported shelling in Kharkiv overnight and killed 5. All in the industrial district. Among the dead was a 9-year-old boy, according to Vyacheslav Markov, assistant chief of the National Police in the Kharkiv region. Also reported by Interfax, Russia struck Ukraine on Sunday with cruise missiles from ships in the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. There were no further details at hand. Here is a summary of the latest developments in the Ukraine war. So here we go. Here's an update on everything. Mariupol City Council says Russia bombed an art school where 400 civilians, including children, were sheltering. More than 6,600 Ukrainians were evacuated from besieged cities through 8 humanitarian corridors on Saturday. This is from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Zelensky said Russia's siege of Mariupol was a, quote, terror that will be remembered for centuries to come and would go down in history for responsibility for war crimes. Thousands of residents of Mariupol have been taken to Russia against their will, where they will have been redirected to remote cities in the country, the Mariupol City Council has stated. Russian troops have stopped a convoy of buses traveling to Mariupol to evacuate residents. So lots of Mariupol news so far. The latest is all about Mariupol. The UK Ministry of Defense says Russia has still failed to gain control of the skies over Ukraine and will likely continue to use heavy firepower to inflict more civilian casualties as it looks to limit its own already considerable losses. China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi says his country is on the right side of history as it continues to rail against sanctions imposed on Russia and deny it's considering supplying weapons to Moscow. Australia has banned a limit. One more time. Australia has banned the sale of alumina and aluminum ores to Russia in an effort to limit Russia's munitions production. Australia supplies 20% of Russia's alumina. What is alumina? Never heard of that. Aluminum oxide, synthetically produced aluminum oxide. White, colorless, crystalline substance that is used as a starting material for aluminum. Okay. That's what you make aluminum out of. Poland has proposed that the EU implement a total ban on trade with Russia. The country's Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki said. Russia said it has used hypersonic weapons, which can travel fast enough to evade detection by missile defense systems to destroy an underground military depot in western Ukraine. So those hypersonic weapons can travel at Mach 10 speed. Russia's using those and thermobaric weapons. So they're using hypersonic missiles that are so fast that they don't get detected by anti-air and anti-air capabilities, and they're also using vacuum bombs. According to the Insider, the Black Sea's Fleet 810th Naval Infantry Brigade, including conscripts, took part in the seizure of Snake Island. They were sent to Ukraine even though they never signed contracts? In the attack on the island of Zamini, participated in the 810th Separate Guards Marine Brigade, which includes conscripts. This was told to the Insider by a source familiar with the situation. The conscripts, he claims, were sent to Ukraine under contracts that they knew existed but did not see or sign. The soldiers were also aware of where and why they were going, the source said. According to the inner color of the Insider, 2 ships were supposed to take part in the capture of the island, one of which exploded on a mine on the way to the island. Another ship, the Vasily Bykyov, reached the island. It was to him that the legendary phrase, Russian warship, go F yourself, was addressed. Immediately after this battle, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine stated that all the soldiers on the island were killed by Russian fire. The Russian side said that 82 people were taken prisoner. On February 28th, the command of the Naval Forces of Ukraine stated that the Marines and the border guards are alive and are in Russian captivity. They were presumed dead when communication of the island were interrupted. So the original thought from that island was that they died and they're alive. On March 5th, Vladimir Putin said that the conscripts are not planned to be involved in hostility. So literally anything that Russia says that they're not doing, they're doing. They have not once been like, yeah, we're not doing that. And they're not doing it. Every single time that they say that they're not doing something, they're literally doing it. There isn't an argument to that. There's just insurmountable amount of evidence and proof to every time Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin is like, yeah, we're not doing that. No, not us. 1,000% they're doing it. Only professional military personnel, officers, and contractors take part in this operation. There are no conscripts, and we do not plan to do this, and we are not going to. However, on March 9th, the Defense Ministry admitted that among Russian servicemen in Ukraine were conscripts. Unfortunately, several facts of the presence of conscripts in the unit of the Russian armed forces participating in special military operation on the territory of Ukraine were revealed, said Major General Igor Konishkov, an official representative of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. According to him, almost all such servicemen have already been withdrawn to the territory of Russia. Literally, not a single thing Russia says. So the people consuming that and then are regurgitating it as if they're edgy because they're taking Russia's side. And it's so obvious. It gets twisted when Western media picks it up. It's almost like Russian propaganda is just completely obvious. What is this system now? Separatist DNR published a video showing Russian TOS-1A thermobaric MLRS firing on Ukrainian targets. So here's more from the vacuum bomb, those vacuum missiles. Russian video. Oops.
Народная милиция ДНР при поддержке вооруженных сил Российской Федерации в ходе спецоперации на Украине подавляют укрепленные позиции националистов в окрестностях Мариуполя с помощью ТОС-1А «Солнцепек».
So those are those thermobaric weapons. The hypersonic ones are fired from the planes. Thermobaric and hypersonic, two different things. Hypersonic missiles fire at Mach 10. These are thermobaric MLRS vacuum bombs. We already learned about it. They suck the oxygen out of the air, yes. Yep. Refer back to this stream when it ends if you want to learn more about thermobaric MLRS systems. What does this say now? He was one of the first on the scene this morning. Reporter Robin Romakers saw the devastation caused by a Russian missile attack yesterday on a military complex in Mykolaiv. Oh, hold on. All right, so there may be a couple scenes where I'll fast forward if it stays on the screen too long, but this is the military complex in Mykolaiv in Ukraine that was hit. 50 soldiers were underneath that rubble in Mykolaiv. Here's Mykolaiv. To the west, northwest of Kherson. A little bit inland off the coast, but still a port city. Hasn't been taken by Russia. I'm not sure. Send the link. The Lviv feed from CNN, I'm not sure. So this is in Mykolaiv right here. Viewer discretion advised.
Vanochtend was hij als een van de eerste ter plekke. Verslaggever Robin Ramakers zag wat de gevolgen zijn van een Russische aanval met raketten. Gisteren op een militair complex in Mykolaiv.
Als je daar dan binnenstapt en je ziet dat daar militairen met blote handen in dat puin zitten te graven, op zoek naar hun eigen makkers en eigenlijk niet meer terugvinden dan stukken en beetjes van die jongens. Ja, dan kan ik je verzekeren dat het er wel in hakt. Dus we hebben er enkele uren doorgebracht. Ze zijn ook nog eens moeten gaan lopen omdat er plotseling luchtalarm was. Allemaal samen met die militairen en die brandweerlui de schuilkelder in. Daarna weer terug verder gaan graven. Het is gewoon een hallucinante situatie. Je kan het bijna niet bevatten als je daar midden tussen staat. Het is pure horror.
Ramakers treft vandaag nog een militair die gisteren aan de dood is ontsnapt.
Первый взрыв. Вот этот я услышал. Начал подниматься, сброю, одеваться. И потом ужаснейший взрыв, который...
Yeah, Texas, I have a Minnesotan accent. I can't enunciate things properly. We talk funny up here, all right? My bad. I hope by now you've noticed now I have an accent. I talk funny. I can't pronounce things in a certain way.
Никогда не забуду. Тряхнуло хорошо так.
En overal waar we rondliepen zag je ook de lichaamsdelen van de militairen die in dat gebouw aan het slapen waren nog liggen. En lichamen die tussen verdiepingen naar buiten hingen te bengelen. En andere lichamen die door reddingswerkers van tussen het puin werden gehaald. Echt een verschrikking.
De aanval op de kazerne past in een reeks Russische aanvallen afgelopen week op militaire doelen. Een deel daarvan in het westen van Oekraïne. Mogelijk om de aanvoer van wapens uit het buitenland via Polen moeilijker te maken. Zo wordt zondag een militair trainingscentrum in Javoriv, vlakbij de grens met Polen, gebombardeerd.
So he's I don't know what they're saying exactly, but for sure talking about the military base in Yavoriv outside of Lviv that was hit earlier in the week. So I'm sure they're showing the multiple bases. I don't know what language this is. What? Dutch journalist. So this is the Yavoriv military complex that was hit.
Voor Russen is het een opslagplaats voor uit het buitenland afkomstige wapens. Er vallen 35 doden. Er zijn ook aanvallen op de militaire vliegvelden van Lutsk en Ivano-Frankivsk. En vandaag beweert de Russische legerleiding dat er een nieuw wapen is ingezet om een ondergronds wapendepot bij Ivano-Frankivsk te vernietigen.
18 марта авиационным ракетным комплексом «Кинжал»
с гиперзвуковыми аэробаллистическими ракетами уничтожен крупный подземный склад ракет и авиационных боеприпасов украинских войск в населенном пункте Делятин Ивано-Франковской области.
De aanval in Mykolaiv lijkt een doelgerichte actie, zegt Robin Raamakers.
Ik denk niet dat dit een toevalstreffer was. Je moet weten dat het Russische leger de voorbije dagen eigenlijk verplicht werd om zich terug te trekken onder druk van het Oekraïense leger. Ja, en op deze manier, vanop afstand, slagen ze er natuurlijk wel in om keihard terug te slaan. Met een aantal welgerichte raketten hebben ze waarschijnlijk 100, 150, mogelijk zelfs 200 jonge Oekraïense militairen in één klap uitgeschakeld. Ja, en ook op het moreel hier aan de frontlijn in het zuiden is dat natuurlijk een enorme klap.
И они дальше продолжают гибнуть за Украину, потому что какому-то гребаному карлику захотелось повоевать, поиспытывать на нас свое оружие. Неохота вспоминать.
Right. Couple images I don't want to keep on the screen there, but that's what the reality of war. What happened at the Mykolaiv military base that was hit. The Ukrainian soldiers that were there, as well as in Yavoriv earlier in the week that hit. I think there was some International Legion soldiers up here though. At the one in Yavoriv. There were some foreign fighters up there. For sure. Alright, let's refresh the list. SOF units. Ukraine expects 7 humanitarian corridors on March 20th, including from Mariupol. The corridors are in Kyiv, Kharkiv, Donetsk Oblast, according to the Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk. Who hurt who? That was Russia striking Ukrainian military base. They had the blue bands on. Remember, Ukrainian side is wearing blue and yellow. Russians are wearing white and red. The bands. You got to look at their arm bands and their leg bands. Combatants are identified. They make themselves identifiable. What's this now? So now more video from the Chechens side of the Russians using these Chechens as to fight with them. So again here, white bands. You can see the Russian side white, Ukrainian blue or yellow.
To'g'ri muvaqqir bo'yicha Alloh tsel Allohu akbar. Mariupol çoğalı qo'ydi.
Четко се пази, излиза, хилеш. Делора, ohar tank oqquzat, majorit das, dalmoqla. Hiç ohar tadit o. Tiani kats, waqiyatsin shi bejenchi trouble. Hakiyatchilsa shi muqiyat. Sel la kila tank. Ya valla.
Yok şu. Ama şu törtüne yok şu on.
Allahu Akbar.
They even have that Z taped on them now, or that Z band on them. This is the Chechens fighting for Russia. One more time.
To'g'ri muvaqqir bo'yicha Alloh tsel Allohu akbar. Mariupol çoğalı koydu.
Delora åhör tank okkosat imajorit das dalmola hit or taditu tiani kats wahyatin shi bejen shi trouble hakyachel sa shi mu la kila tank ya wala
Yok şu. Ama şu törtten yok şu on.
Let's look them up a little bit more. We haven't really seen the Chechen fighters and why Russia's using them. I wonder if there's a good video. Chechen fighters in Ukraine. This goes back to the Chechen War. We'd have to we need like a history lesson for this one. We need a solid history lesson for this one like we got from Wyan. Keep in mind, Chechnya and Russia fought each other, and now they got Chechens fighting on the side of Russia. They're fighting on both sides. Chechen warriors are now fighting in Ukraine on both sides of the front line. Those who fled to Ukraine after the wars that ravaged their country are supporting Ukraine's armed forces, even though their involvement has gone almost unnoticed. There's Chechen fighters fighting on both sides. But this is a video showing the Chechens that are fighting on the side of Russia. All right, I'm gonna need to probably wait. Give me next stream. We'll have a good history lesson video. What's this here? Raids of the Azov Regiment. They have a lot of Stugna P videos. This is a thermobaric weapon that Russia's using. We've seen that video multiple times now. Russian MOD released a video of a bridge that was destroyed by Ukraine forces to stop the advancement of Russian troops in the Kharkiv region. This is a Russian released video. AJ, you know about the Chechen War? They beat Russia the first time. Like I said, we need a history lesson. I can't do that. I can't provide it right now. Waiting to hear more. You have to be 18 to buy sugar in Russia, according to this website. Age restricting goods. In the direction of Izium, the assault units of the occupier were actually destroyed. So in Izium, That's over here. That's good news on the side of Ukraine. The assault units of the occupier were destroyed from the general staff. Wait to hear more on that. So there's conflict around the Izium region. Here's Izium up here. And someone had asked earlier, yes, the red is Russia. All the red icons, the red shaded areas, that's Russian-controlled area. Russian-occupied territory within Ukraine. Here's Izium. Completely surrounded by Russian forces. They drink too much Kool-Aid already? Yeah, for real. They do. We can refresh our map. Fire after a shelling in Irpin. Here's some video coming out. Refreshed our map. Irpin, one of the satellite cities to the northwest of Kyiv. So here's some fires after a shelling in Irpin. Just coming out this morning.
Ой, а что же творится, а? Помилуй, Господи. Всем доброе утро. Уже
Right. Aftermath of Russian strikes in Darachi. So again, this time of night, or in the morning, I should say, is when videos and clips from shellings overnight start coming out. Darachi, Kharkiv. Before we watch. Darachi, Kharkiv. To the northwest. So here's Darachi. Unclear exactly where within this town it is. All right, here's John.
Putin's war.
So does he upload to YouTube first? Did he upload on Facebook, or excuse me, on Twitter? No, he hasn't uploaded to Twitter yet. Yeah, here's his diary on YouTube.
Kyiv diary, day 25 of Vladimir Putin's war. It's calm in central Kyiv. Eerily so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well.
God, he knows. John, I'm gonna play the whole thing without pausing. I promise. All right, I'll play the whole thing without pausing, and then anything that he's seeing, that I'm seeing, he's there. He's in Kyiv. This is Maidan Square. You can see the monument behind him. So I'm going to show you exactly where John does his daily. He does his daily diary updates for everyone. On the ground in Kyiv, he's here. Capital city, Maidan Square. There it is. So, John's like, he'd be sitting like right here. Well, on the other side, there's the monument that's behind him. Maidan Square in central Kyiv. He'd probably be sitting over here. Over in that area. Maybe he's in front of it. No, he's in front of it. He's like down here. How do we zoom out? Whoops. I'm trying to show you guys exactly where he's sitting. Sometimes this doesn't work properly. I'm finding that. It's not a perfect system. There we go. Here's a better look from a distance. I don't know how much closer we can really get. Maidan Square. That's where the camera feeds used to be. Right, start it.
Kyiv Diary, day 25 of Vladimir Putin's war. It's calm in central Kyiv. Eerily so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well. I've got friends in the Ukrainian military who say that soon Mariupol will fall. And when that happens, the Russian army will be free to go on and clean up the rest of the south. And then big war will come to Kyiv. Sanctions are not hurting the Kremlin as much as one would hope, because the Chinese Communist Party is thwarting them. But I'm thinking about someone closer to home today, Boris Johnson. He gave a speech to the Conservative Party conference saying that the Ukrainians were fighting the Russians in the same way that British people voted for Brexit. Brexit was a Kremlin project. Brexit was funded by dark Russian money. There's evidence that Aaron Banks was effectively a Russian asset, and he gave a lot of money to Nigel Farage. And Boris Johnson too has rather close connections to the Kremlin. Boris Johnson is a cunning politician, and he's popular here for the correct decision to send the mobile anti-tank weapons to Kyiv. And so I think sooner rather than later, Boris Johnson will come to Kyiv. And if he does so, I will ask him this question. Prime Minister, why did you celebrate your election victory at the home of Alexander Lebedev, who was a Russian spy, and there's evidence that he still is, according to my Italian journalistic friends? You do know, Prime Minister, that Alexander Lebedev's book has a picture of him on it and one other man, and that man is Vladimir Putin. Saying
Oh, here we go. It just updated. All right, here's the Twitter version. I didn't have my mic unmuted. So here it is on Twitter. Just posted 3 minutes ago. From John. One more time. One more time from John.
Kyiv Diary, day 25 of Vladimir Putin's war. It's calm in central Kyiv. Eerily so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well. I've got friends in the Ukrainian military who say that soon Mariupol will fall.
So he's saying he's seeing the same shit that we are. He's in Kyiv. He said he had friends in Mariupol that it's not going well. To the south. Look at. They've gotten the entire southeast region. Mariupol's the only city left. And continuous, like every day now. Mariupol's the viral city that's getting war crimes in it. If it's not Kharkiv, it's Mariupol right now. He's sharing similar concerns. Let's back it up some.
Really so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well.
The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going very well. All right. Let me play it one time without pausing. All right, I'll play it one time without pausing, and then we'll dissect it because we watched it on YouTube. We'll see if this version's longer, and then we'll go through it.
Kyiv Diary, day 25 of Vladimir Putin's war. It's calm in central Kyiv. Eerily so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well. I've got friends in the Ukrainian military who say that soon Mariupol will fall. And when that happens, the Russian army will be free to go on and clean up the rest of the south. And then big war will come to Kyiv. Sanctions are not hurting the Kremlin as much as one would hope, because the Chinese Communist Party is thwarting them. But I'm thinking about someone closer to home today, Boris Johnson. He gave a speech to the Conservative Party conference saying that the Ukrainians were fighting the Russians in the same way the British people voted for Brexit. Brexit was a Kremlin project. Brexit was funded by dark Russian money. There's evidence that Aaron Banks was effectively a Russian asset, and he gave a lot of money to Nigel Farage. And Boris Johnson, too, has rather close connections to the Kremlin. Boris Johnson is a cunning politician, and he's popular here for the correct decision to send the mobile anti-tank weapons to Kyiv. And so I think sooner rather than later, Boris Johnson will come to Kyiv. And if he does so, I will ask him this question. Prime Minister, why did you celebrate your election victory at the home of Alexander Lebedev, who was a Russian spy, and there's evidence that he still is, according to my Italian journalistic friends? You do know, Prime Minister, that Alexander Lebedev's book has a picture of him on it and one other man, and that man is Vladimir Putin.
I wonder, why did he cut off? It felt like he had more to say. I wonder if he's going to post another one. So lots in there. Lots to unpack. A lot in there. Talked about Brexit. It was a Russian-backed
Conservative Party conference. Sanctions.
Talked about in the beginning, to the south, it's a concern. Let's listen one more time.
Kyiv Diary, day 25 of Vladimir Putin's war. It's calm in central Kyiv.
Calm in central Kyiv.
Eerily so. The calm is deceptive. Down south the war is not going well.
Deceptive. Down south the war is not going very well. It's not. Here's down south. Eerily deceptive. And again, as much as we're like, dang, the tactics of the Russian military looks like shit. Their military is getting destroyed. They lost a 5th general. For some reason, they're still gaining ground down here. Right now, city of Mariupol, it's not, there's mixed reports. But the one that I'm seeing, the one that we've seen more of throughout the night, is that Mariupol is holding. So at the start of the stream, we had seen one report right away that read off Mariupol as being under Russian control now. But we've seen more and more evidence that Mariupol is still holding right now. It's not looking good like it's going to hold long. But as of now, there isn't any direct, like, big report that Mariupol has been taken yet. How long that's going to last for, I mean, I don't know. They maybe got a day or two. We'll see. But down here, though, the entire region, completely in Russian, completely Russian territory now. They're working on Mykolaiv. The bombing that we watched of the military base in Mykolaiv, the recent video before we started tuning into John's diary, that was in Mykolaiv. They're working on this city. We'll see how Ukraine defends it. If Russia gets Mykolaiv, their next move is Odessa. They need to get all these port cities. Russia needs all of these port cities to have any future success in this invasion. It's not stopping. They're struggling up near Kyiv. They're struggling in the northeast. All of Ukraine's top air defense systems are going to be centered around Kyiv. That's the country's capital. Odessa. That's what I was looking for. This region. They have not taken Mykolaiv or Odessa. Mariupol is holding for now. All the viral videos right now coming out of Ukraine are Mariupol and Kharkiv. These two cities have just been continuously, non-stop, for weeks. Every day we have a new clip or a new compilation to go through from Mariupol and Kharkiv. For weeks now.
I've got friends in the Ukrainian military who say that soon Mariupol will fall.
He's got friends down there. He's there. He's in the Maidan Square. You would know more than we would, right? We're getting like secondhand information, really. We're getting it fast, but he's there and he has friends in Mariupol. One more time.
Soon Mariupol will fall.
Mariupol will fall. Has not, but inevitable.
And when that happens, the Russian army will be free to go on and clean up the rest of the south.
That would complete this entire land bridge down here. And then they'd get their defenses ready, put them in Kherson, and then start moving and taking the rest of this towards Moldova.
And then big war will come to Kyiv. Sanctions are not hurting the Kremlin as much as one would hope, because the Chinese Communist Party is thwarting them. But I'm thinking about someone closer to home today.
And how long is that going to last? Because China's already like double speaking. They're double speaking already. Right now, China's on the side of, or they're on their own side, really. They're not supporting Russia, but they're not like. Let's just get it straight from the article. China, Ukraine. The right side of history. That's how they're saying it. Right from the article. China stands on the right side of history over the Ukraine crisis, as time will tell, and its position is in line with the wishes of most countries, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said. China will never accept any external coercion or pressure and opposes any unfounded accusation and suspicions against China. Wang told reporters on Saturday evening, according to a statement published by his ministry on Saturday. Wang's comments came after U.S. President Joe Biden warned his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping on Friday of consequences if Beijing gave material support to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. During the call, Xi told Biden the war in Ukraine must end soon as possible and called on NATO nations to hold a dialogue with Moscow. He did not, however, assign blame to Russia, according to Beijing's statements about the call. Wang said the most important message Xi sent was that China has always been a force for maintaining world peace. Quote, "We have always stood for maintaining peace and opposing war," Wang said, reiterating that China will make independent judgments. China's position is objective and fair and is in line with the most wishes of most countries. Time will prove that China's claims are on the right side of history. Also on Saturday, Vice Foreign Minister Li Yucheng said that sanctions imposed by Western nations on Russia over Ukraine were increasingly outrageous. There's the doublespeak part. There's the okie doke, right? So they're saying, like, on one hand, we always stood for maintaining peace and opposing war, reiterating that China will make independent judgments. So they're like double speaking. They're both like, yeah, we're going to maintain peace and oppose war. We're objective and fair. But we're also like, your sanctions on Russia are getting increasingly ridiculous. The United States and its European Asian allies have imposed sweeping sanctions on Russia for the February 24th invasion of its neighbor, which they call a war of aggression by President Vladimir Putin. He says he launched a special operation to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine. While saying it recognizes Ukraine's sovereignty, Beijing has repeatedly said that Russia has legitimate security concerns that should be addressed and urged a diplomatic solution to the conflict. So they're like, I got my left foot in, I got my left foot out, I got my right foot in. They're doing the hokey pokey right now. China's doing the hokey pokey. Playing games.
Kyiv Diary, day 20.
Oh, we're on the wrong video. Back to the Twitter.
Boris Johnson, he gave a speech to the Conservative Party conference saying that the Ukrainians were fighting the Russians in the same way the British people voted for Brexit. Brexit was a Kremlin project. Brexit was funded by dark Russian money.
So he's talking about Brexit and how it was funded.
There's evidence that Aaron Banks was effectively a Russian asset, and he gave a lot of money to Nigel Farage. And Boris Johnson, too, has rather close connections to the Kremlin.
There's no such thing as coincidences. One thing that we can discern from this, ain't no such thing as coincidences. Nope.
Boris Johnson.
There's literally picture evidence of Boris Johnson at this. You can't even deny it.
Is a cunning politician, and he's popular here for the correct decision to send the mobile anti-tank weapons.
And then he's also crediting him for sending the mobile anti-tank weapons. There's
To
pictures.
Kyiv. And so I think sooner or later...
How does he know that? There's literal pictures of Boris Johnson there.
Sooner rather than later, Boris Johnson will come to Kyiv. And if he does so, I will ask him this question. Prime Minister, why did you celebrate your election victory at the home of Alexander Lebedev?
Too many events are just lining up in order from like 2016 until now. Who knows? Maybe even before then. But it's like all of this nonsense for like the last, since 2016, 2015, 2014. This has all been Russia behind the scenes, dude. All of it.
Politician. And he's popular here for the correct decision to send the mobile anti-tank weapons to Kyiv. And so I think sooner rather than later, Boris Johnson will come to Kyiv. And if he does so, I will ask him this question. Prime Minister, why did you celebrate your election victory at the home of Alexander Lebedev.
Alexander Lebedev, who's that? Alexander Yevgenovich Lebedev is a Russian businessman and has been referred to as one of the Russian oligarchs. In 1992, he was an officer for the first chief directorate of the Soviet Union's KGB, and later one of the KGB's successor agencies, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. In early 2008, he was listed as the 39th richest Russian. From Forbes. Twilight of the oligarchs. Communism's collapse made them multi-billionaires, but now Russian capitalism is in trouble. He's estimated worth $300 million. Was he sanctioned? We can look it up. Look at Boris Johnson was warned of Lebedev's security concerns. Duh. Anyone that flirted with Russians in the last since 2015, 2016 should be reinvestigated. All of anyone, who doesn't matter. Some Russian oligarchs speak out. There's nothing new on Lebedev, other than Boris Johnson was warned of Lebedev. Weird, a KGB spy. Just like, dude, common sense is gone. Common sense is just gone now.
Who was a Russian spy, and there's evidence that he still is, according to my Italian journalistic friends. You do know, Prime Minister, that Alexander Lebedev's book has a picture of him on it and one other man, and that man is Vladimir Putin.
There's no more. He cuts it off. I wonder if there'll be more. Wonder if there'll be more. Russia, Russia, Russia. What is this here? Trophy anti-aircraft. No. Okay, come on. Video, Russian Army Airborne Troops unit was destroyed. They have airborne units? Since when? Reports now suggest, including from Russian side, that the 331st Guards Airborne Regiment from Kostroma doesn't exist anymore. Russian Army Airborne Troops unit was destroyed. Let's check it out.
БМД-3 2, БМД-3 3, БХ-4, БХ-5, БХ-6, БХ-7, БХ-7. Выше Мотолыга 1, Мотолыга 2, Мішка 1, БТР командно-штабний і БМП-2.
Hey, hold on. Hey, no. Alright, I gotta reiterate this because I got some new mods. Hold on, coach. Hey, hold up. No, we don't regulate what the conversation is. Alright, that whole on topic shit. No. You only moderate hate speech. So if they're talking about something else, don't ban them. We have mods that have been trained for like 2 years, so they're solid. But I know I got some newer ones. I guess I really haven't told you my expectations for modding. Yeah, don't police conversations in the chat, guys. If you're moderators, just hate speech. If you see hateful words, that's it. If they're talking about like NASCAR in the chat, like let them talk about NASCAR. If they're talking about something, That's not your job to police the conversation, all right? So chill out on that. All right. Thank you so much from Nora. You do a great job covering this war. Thank you. Apologize. I haven't given, I guess, instructions to mods. Yeah, toxic, trolls, hate speech, but regulating the conversation isn't your job, all right? Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Shout out to the, I mean, if it's political talk, let it go. I mean, let it go. No, let's not regulate the conversation, because if the platform grows even bigger, you're going to have like 3,000, 4,000 people in the chat. There's no way. You're not even going to be able to watch me. You're going to be watching the chat the whole time. Nothing you did wrong. I guess I haven't given my expectations, so it's no problem. So if it's hate speech, blatant hateful words, wishful upon death of each other in the chat, like if you just like an argument gets to the point where you guys are like, I want to kill you, or like I wish you were dead, like then that's like, please get rid of that. But don't regulate the conversation topics. Just hate speech, hateful words, wishing death upon each other in the chat. And if it gets to the point where the whole chat becomes toxic, then reroute. All right, then reroute it. If the whole chat just becomes completely toxic, then do it. But don't do it individually or time out. But awesome. Thank you to everybody that's volunteering their time to even do that and help the chat and maintain a nice chat to at least engage in or do the best they can. Thank you, Coach Brian. Thank you, Paula. And thank you to Daniel for their mod work tonight while our mods are sleeping. They've been our overnight moderators on YouTube, doing a great job. Facebook, we're getting you guys taken care of. We're getting mods overnight. We have Mod Esme on right now, who has been our mod for nearly 2 years. So shout out to you guys on YouTube for stepping up. All right. Not even mad. Just I haven't given my expectations. So let's go back now. This is video. Russian Army Airborne Troops unit was destroyed. All right. So this is a Russian Army Airborne unit.
БМД-3 раз, БМД-3 два, БМД-3 3, БХ-4, БХ-5, БХ-6, о, БХ-7, БХ-7. Вище Мотолига раз, Мотолига два, Мішка один, БТР командно-штабний і БМП-2. БМП-2 і ще одна БМДшка. БМД-8, дві мотолиги, один танк, один кушетка і одна БМП-2. БМД-3 раз, БМД-3 2, БМД-3 3, БХ-4, БХ-5, БХ-6, о, БХ-7, БХ-7. Вище Мотолига раз, Мотолига два, Мішка один, БТР командно-штабний і БМП-2. БМП-2 і ще одна БМДшка. БМД-8, дві мотолиги, один танк, один кушетка і одна БМП-2.
All right. Continuing down. More. Same video.
БМ...
Yep, same video. Same video. This is Stugna P video. This is how the Stugna works. So if you haven't seen a Stugna video, here's one for you. The Stugna P.
Есть. Внимание, выстрел!
Есть.
Есть. Внимание, выстрел!
Есть.
So that's a Stugna P system. Anti-armor. Question of the Prime Minister. Is this the same video?
Keep down.
Yep, same video. What is this here? Oh my god, dude. Fucking terrible. I'm about to unfollow this page, honestly. I don't care, like, regardless if they're at war, you can't fucking use that language, man. Let's check the list. What does this say here? Under the chairmanship of Andriy Yermak, with the participation of Yulia Shredenko, a meeting was held with the leadership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and heads of foreign diplomatic missions of our country, dedicated to the coordination of humanitarian aid from abroad. Epic Games will donate all the proceeds from the new Fortnite season to Ukraine. The game is played by 400 million people worldwide. Like, yeah, example, Brian, you guys are doing great. If it's just blatant, like you know it's a troll comment, then yes. But if people are, like, elaborating beyond the topic and talking about it a little further and there's some dialogue, that's fine. But yeah, like the comment that was that was a perfect example of something to get rid of. Awesome job, Brian. Shout out to Coach Brian for his mod work. Shout out to Paula. Shout out to Mod Esme on Facebook. Thank you again to all mods. Thank you, thank you. I unfollowed that page now. So Fortnite's gonna be donating support. Their revenue. I gotta take them off the list. That's how I get them off. Alright, what's this? Ukrainian Special Operations Command destroyed a Russian column using series of IEDs in an unknown location. Ukrainian Special Operations Command destroyed a Russian column using a series of IEDs in an unknown location.
Дійсним доповідаю, в'їбали в колону, методом підриву.
Dang.
Дійсним доповідаю, в'їбали в колону, методом підриву.
So that's Special Operations Command from Ukraine. Destroyed a whole Russian column. One more time, that if you missed it, let's speed it up. So you can see the column in the back. It's very potato video. Very hard to see. But there's a column driving. You can kind of see the first vehicle in the beginning. Look like right here, you can kind of see the outline. definite. Hopefully we get a higher quality. I'm sure the Sun will have like a 1080p version later. But then you can see him driving behind the brush, okay? That's the column. Russian column. All this smoke kicking up is the convoy. Boom. All of them. I wouldn't be surprised if they got that. They got the whole convoy, and then it's an ambush. Russia's falling right into dude, like basic. I mean, that's a complex ambush, but like that's like Russia. Ukrainians and Belarusians continue to protest at the Polish-Belarusian border. So this is at the Polish-Belarusian border, so that would be over here. That would be somewhere along this line right here. All right, here's a protest video. Somewhere along the Polish border with Belarus. Polish-Belarusian border. Let me turn this down a little bit now. There's a quieter video. We saw the Stugna P video. Unclear what they're singing. Wonder if we have any feeds now. Are there any live feeds going on in Kyiv yet? This one plays usual ones that are available. What's this? Are they meeting with Russia? No. I don't know what videos. I don't know what's going on with that. Here's Lviv. We can check that 69 News website and see if there's the CNN camera.
RCN is becoming Astound Broadband, providing.
So here's Lviv right now. We've heard sirens and all types of things from Lviv. Looks to be like a nice day. Busy day on that street. You just have the Earth camera going now. That's in Vegas. This is Las Vegas. That's Fremont Street. That's not in Ukraine. These three are. Any audio feeds yet? The sun doesn't come on until like this one. Shout out to Sky God. There we go. With some better audio now too. Is this the newest view? Shout out Skygon. Very potato. Best I got right now. It's probably the best out there. Best one available. Washington Post and the Sun will be on later. Let's watch some of the Sun's videos. Their clips are decent, but sometimes they're putting old stuff. No, we've seen all those. Here's one of the biggest clips from yesterday was the Russian space crew wearing yellow suits with blue trim, resembling the Ukrainian flag. So Russians on the Russian space station supporting Ukraine.
Как у вас дела?
Олег, это Андрей Плешаков снова. Хорошо у них дела. Они, что-то посмотрев на ваши желтые костюмы, подрастерялись немножко. Да, вопрос. Во-первых, тебе привет от Рудина. Очень он тут рвался тебе привет передать. А во-вторых, почему у вас желтые костюмы, а у экипажа, которые на МКС, серые?
Ну, это каждый экипаж выбирает сам себе костюмы, комбинезоны. Ну и чтобы не были все одинаковые, каждый экипаж выбирает такой, чтобы не одинаковые были. Ну, у нас дошла очередь до нашего цвета. На самом деле там много материала скопилось желтого, и надо было его как бы уже в дело пустить. Поэтому пришлось нам желтые комбезы одеть.
Класс, мы вас с этим поздравляем. Очень здорово.
Sometimes yellow is just yellow. Mm-hmm. All right, this is in Lviv. Lviv is to the west. Here's Lviv. So this live feed is on Lvivska Street. Still haven't found Lvivska Street yet from the map. Looks like a busy day in Lviv. People are out shopping, walking. Anything from the average Russian family? Yes, I did post a video. We have this feed and then now this Kyiv feed. Oh, I lost it. Did I close it? This one. Let's check the latest now. Confirmed. More military equipment being loaded onto trains. And where? Okay, why do they put music? Geo confirmed. More footage of military equipment being loaded onto trains in Abkhazia. This was yesterday. TikTok sucks, dude. They gotta use that sound. Let's look up where that is. Abkhazia, Georgia. Where is that? Oh, that's here? Abkhazia, officially the Republic of Abkhazia, is a de facto state in the South Caucasus, recognized by most countries as a part of Georgia, which views the region as an autonomous republic. Okay, so it's a region in Georgia up here. Just so happens to be touching Russia. Straight into Chechnya. That's, excuse me, not Chechnya, excuse me, Crimea. Straight into Crimea. It's getting late, y'all. Early, 4:30 in the morning. Straight into Crimea from that location. Right into Ukraine. Yeah. It's autonomous because Russians made it like that. So the other one page said it was a Russian airborne, but one viewer already recognized that this is a mechanized unit. This is a convoy. A mechanized infantry unit, not an airborne unit. The one page said airborne.
БМД-3 раз. БМД-3 2.
Russians can go there without a foreign passport?
БМД-3 3. БХ-4. БХ-5. БХ-6. О, БХ-7. БХ-7. Вище Мотолига раз, Мотолига 2. Мішка 1. БТР командно-штабний і БМП-2. БМП-2 і ще одна БМДшка. БМД-8, 2 мотолиги, 1 танк, 1 кушетка і одна БМП-2. БМД-3 раз. БМД-3.
Right. Also, quick update again. Oh, Smirch. Well, that was on the 19th. Quick update. Days off from now on will be Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays and Thursdays. From now on. A Russian R-27 missile neutralized south of Kyiv. I'll be streaming video games those 2 nights, likely. Or just taking one of those nights off completely. So people are coming at John, the same people with these same talking points in our messages. He was not sacked by the BBC. I'm not incompetent. He has to continuously defend himself while reporting from Kyiv. Nothing new really coming out right now. Mariupol is the clashes continue in the Luhansk region. That's in the Donbass. Mariupol is holding. They're holding. But everywhere else to the southeast, major concern. Major concern. Every Russian bullet that pierces a Ukrainian's heart is not made of metal. Different, okay. Oh, suppose. This is a BTR-4 targeting Russians. So this is a BTR. What's a BTR4? That's on a Stugna, right? BTR4. Oh, what the heck? What am I doing? Oh my goodness. I am getting tired. We got like 5 minutes left in the stream, honestly. Where'd it go? No, where'd it go? There it is. BTR 430 Mike cannon fire on a Russian BTR 82A. It's in Mariupol. This is a Stugna, though, that they're using then right here. Or maybe just video. Okay. This is just video from that 30 Mike cannon then. It's not a Stugna. This is just from the video camera from it. Okay, so not Stugma video, 30 Mike cannon video. Copy that. This is from inside the truck or from wherever. Careful, you're gonna hit your own guys at the thing. Look how close their guys are to this. You can see their own guys in the camera.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Танк тоже горит. Хорошо.
One more time.
Я надеюсь, вы не слизы. Дэвид.
Just lit up that tank. You can see the Z. So they're engaging Russian vehicles.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Танк тоже горит. Хорошо.
All right. Fresh one more time. Nothing new. What's this? Nope, 17. All right. That's going to be it for tonight, you guys, or this morning. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys so much for choosing Mercado Media Productions and myself, Andrew Mercado, for the war coverage every night, 9 p.m., unless I need to postpone or move it further back. But from now on, Tuesdays and Thursdays will be the day off. Back to Thursdays off, but I also need Tuesdays as well. All right, so Tuesdays, Thursdays, day off. You can join us for video game streams. I have other platforms that I have been neglecting. Other platforms, I got to start doing content for the Patreon subscribers. I got to start, I'm neglecting things. And so Tuesdays, Thursdays, I'll away from this to give into that. As well as my own reporting from things that I could be in the Twin Cities, like the teacher strikes that are happening. Apparently the governor Walz in Minnesota is giving out stimulus checks. Like, dude, shit's going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm in the war. But, like, this will give me time to get out there and at least see what's happening in Minnesota, too. Because I do prefer that. I do like to be on the ground myself. I have my own live stream phone, 5G, out there with a whole setup. My press gear, I got press pass on. I'm out there, in person. That's what I prefer to do. And I miss doing that. And I've been missing that. So, all right, guys. Tuesday, Thursday nights off. I'll write a tweet with an updated schedule. So follow us on Twitter so you can get daily updates of clips and posts. Join our Discord server as well. Join our Discord server. It's in the description. The Ukraine War channel is right on the homepage now on our Discord server. You don't have to look far for it. So, or just search Snack Squad on Discord. Mercado Media Productions. Thank you guys for tuning in. Have a wonderful, wonderful night.